Yeah, I know. I'm late. But my Red Bull was not cooperating. So what do you want me to do? Just raw dog this thing?
3, 2, 1.
And here we go.
On my own, here we go.
If you're looking for the guilty, you need only look into a mirror.
The communists declared that the real differences among our people constituted the weakest and most vulnerable point in our social fabric.
It's MAGA country.
This is no hoax, ladies and gentlemen. I urge you to run for your lives while you can. We're not making this up just so we can take over the world.
The old dinosaur media isn't dying, it's dead. We are the new media. This is our world now. Lay down and die.
Peace was never an option.
So if we don't step up and win this culture war, then who the fuck will?
Let's wake the fuck up! We're gonna get naked.
No. I'm locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
That's what you've been waiting for. Be the one we need.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Global industrial complex.
Yep.
Uniparty.
Do I really look like a guy with a plan?
The point is to destroy Western civilization from within using Maoist technique.
So therefore you have to vote for me.
I don't know. This is probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Woke is Marxism, evolved to attack the West.
Stop giving up.
It's only just begun. Now!
Do it! Yes, you can!
I'm gonna do what's called a pro-gamer move.
Just do it!
Are people bitching about that?
Some people.
Of course they are. Oh, fucking A. All right, got it. Yeah, too fucking bad.
All right.
Yeah.
Any far left conspiracies, to be honest with you.
Ain't no single entity going to swoop in and save the day. You are going to be continuously let down if you place all of your hope into one individual. Instead, look inside and look around. We're doing this together.
We all are fighting for the same thing, and we all see the same problem.
It's time to stop being an NPC, get off your ass, and join the meme war.
Shame! Shame!
No, I don't like you.
Shame!
If we were in the wild, I would attack you.
I'm sick of it, man. I'm fucking sick of it. I will not do it again.
Thank you.
I wonder how many people feel exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Be the beating drum at the head of the growing creative cavalry charge. Be vocal and profound in your passion for projects you enjoy.
No more excuses.
I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you.
A new world order.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Hey, wait a minute.
You control population, you destroy the family, and then you you sow division.
You don't need a destination when you're running on an omnidirectional treadmill.
Are we ready for a new world order?
You'll never defeat the human spirit. You'll never defeat God. You'll never win. Pray that he is watching.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you.
On my own, here we go.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
And if you're in South Florida, that is exactly what I advise you to do. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? I don't even know what to call this. I've been sitting around watching everything that's been happening the past couple of weeks. As some of you may know, I am in Georgia. The eye of Helene went straight over the top of my house. I was absurdly lucky and had the most bougiest freaking survival story you could possibly imagine. It is absolutely embarrassing. I'm not going to lie to you, especially considering when just here in my local county, there are so many tales of tragedy that I could not even begin to tell you. I'm going to go through chat right quick. I've got a few clips from okay, so I went and I got some stuff from like a couple of weeks ago, stuff from a couple of days ago. Now, most of this stuff was filmed a couple of weeks ago and was only recently uploaded a few days ago. So when something says it was uploaded 5 days ago, it may well be that it is a week or two old when it was filmed, right? So just keep that in mind. Also, there is a little bit of good news mixed in with all of this. It's not all doom and gloom. Though quite frankly, most of it is doom and gloom, quite frankly. And I've yet to hear from a federal agent of any sort, from anyone that I know of here. And I can't imagine, or unfortunately, I kind of can't imagine what the folks in North Carolina have been going through. It's not great, but there's a link in the chat. Anybody who's a friend of the channel, y'all know who y'all are, previous guests and whatnot. If you happen to have a particularly interesting disaster story of some kind that you personally experience, I will entertain that concept. Like relief workers and people who have had some sort of experience with Helene specifically. But we're also towards the end of this whole shindig going to take a look at Milton, who has broken every single development record of hurricanes in history. It's almost as if someone shook a magic salt shaker and was like, oh boy, we need another hurricane. I've got my tinfoil hat handy just in case we need some conspirating. And with that, we're going to go into it. So do I personally believe that there's some kind of weird shenanigans going on? Absolutely. Everybody's involved in weird shenanigans and they're all responsible for it. We got a Snark and Sass in here. It's good to see you, darling. Appreciate you coming through. We got a Anarchy Television, always showing up. We got U-Haul. And Snark, I'm going to give you the gold. It's been a minute. Anarchy, you get the silver, and U-Haul, you get the bronze. Welcome to the show. I appreciate y'all coming through. Cat Attack is here, and I know y'all say, well, that says C4. Okay, C4, it's Cat Attack. How you doing? Appreciate you coming through. Cliff. Good man. Dennis. Yeah, no, I saw that. It is true. I've seen the video. Now, I'm not going to say who did this, but they were in a Black Hawk helicopter. Now, I ain't got a whole bunch of my redneck friends around here flying around in Black Hawks. So, yeah, y'all could probably guess. I mean, it could have been the cartel, I suppose. They might have one. Maybe. We got Yon God in the house. Good to see you, bud. Joe, cool, baby. Well, I mean, we're going to have a little bit of that conversation here in a bit. Weather manipulation is on the table if we break out the old tinfoil hat just in case. We got MK Gaming YT. Welcome in, bud. Good to see you. So, let me do the thing first. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be much better once it actually gets in my bloodstream. Cocaine. Yeah, I guess so. Could have been. For those of you who don't know. All right, so I got a handful of videos over here. Some of them are pretty They're not happy making, right? There is apparently a new addition to the Cajun Navy that call themselves the Redneck Air Force. That's good to know. We always need more rednecks in the sky. I mean, who'd have thunk it? Flying rednecks, man. That's going to be great. It brings a whole new meaning to the South will rise again. Oh, Lordy. So this comes from, go away, Mineral Dude, 12,600 subscribers. He started filming before, like after the rain bands hit, but before the actual cresting of the floods. And so I checked out a few spots through here. I haven't seen anything that should raise eyebrows too much, but I didn't want to just sit down and watch the whole thing, because then what would I do during this stream? And let's be honest. But yeah, you'll see.
It is the night before I was supposed to go to Indiana. Hurricane Helene has just came in, and I live right next to a creek. There's some major flooding going on, so I'm going to have to delay this trip until tomorrow afternoon, which isn't that bad considering I was going to leave like right now. The river right by my house. We've still got quite a bit more rainfall coming in too. This is not good. That was where it was at when it was the worst earlier. Yeah, this is not good. Just straight up stream just rushing into this thing from my neighborhood. It's still got a few more feet to break the bank, but I think we're going to break the bank, unfortunately. And then beyond that, still got to get up that little hill. And then there's my house over there. Jesus Christ, I'm ready, but this is a horrible surprise. Hurricane Helene is really going crazy right now. The water is as high as I've ever seen it. We've still got another couple inches of rain to go too. I really don't know what's going to happen here. The town, about 10 minutes downstream, just evacuated.
Good.
You can see that's just straight cutting a river path right here. That's a lot of water coming from my neighborhood. This is so fucked up, dude. The hurricane is like just hit us, and this is the condition we're in right now.
Yeah, Joe. All right. So this guy, I went and looked through a little bit of his channel, and I don't know exactly, because he doesn't do like live streams and stuff. So his videos are uploaded kind of non-chronologically usually. So in some of them, he's been there for 6 months, and some of them he says he's been around this area for years, but I don't know if he means like there or what. But I'll give you a diddly do to a damn if I know. They may have seen that river that high once. And remember, when he first said, I'm over here by the creek, I wouldn't swim across that for $1,000, bro. You couldn't throw me in that damn water. That is suicide. That will kill you.
Holy, I might be screwed, guys. Getting ready to evacuate. Throw my caving gear.
Wait a second. I saw something that makes me nervous about this suddenly. We have a pet. You don't see that? I'm assuming that's a cat. Where's the cat? Where's the cat? What's in the box? Absolutely terrifying, dude.
Lost control of that one. Oh my God.
Yeah, dude, any bridge out of this place is already subsumed you're unlikely to make it across a bridge to get out. The road's probably gone downstream already. Yeah, it may just be the carrier. We can hope.
Hey, I'm just making sure everybody on this last row knows the bank just broke. The bank just broke. I'm making sure everybody on here knows. No, the bank, not the dam.
Yeah, we're causing a bit of chaos here. I'm not sure I agree with that methodology here.
Hey, the bank just
I can
broke.
respect the intention.
It's probably a couple hours before we get right up here. I don't know. That's up to you. I don't know what to do, but I want to let everybody know that there's water coming up in the next couple hours.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the fact that he's going and waking people up and making them aware that the creek's going to be here in maybe an hour, he may have saved lives doing that. Whether or not they take action is completely on them. This is the free part of that free country. These are the only free people in America that you're aware of, because currently there is no government telling them what to do. They have to make decisions on their own. From this point until this whole saga is done, the decisions made in the next 45 minutes will determine who lives and dies. And that is some hardcore math to deal with there, brother. It is difficult.
So this is where I live. You can see that muddy water.
Ooh, baby.
Up there. We're going to go up there in just a second. Holy shit. This thing is almost completely dry normally. That is insane. The bank just broke. It's never done that. As you can see, this water's circulating back into the river, which is nice, but I don't know how much longer that's going to hold up.
Yeah, we got another few inches before it becomes an issue. What's up, Tiffany? Welcome in. Lenny Carter, Cottingham, good to see you.
Today, guys. Never seen
yeah, Joe. I mean, but okay. So the last time there was, all right. So I had somebody call me around, 3 days ago, maybe 4. It was the night I was drinking. If anybody remembers the night I was drinking last week. She called me to let me know she was okay. It was like, we're okay, but the only reason we're okay is because we live on this road here, and there's a creek right behind the house, and the old guy that lives up at the top of the road where the turnaround is basically the guy who maintains the road, because it's not exactly a county road. He come down the road and knocked on everybody's door and told them, was like, look, y'all need to get above this line. There is a line that is in this particular canyon. You can look up on the canyon wall and see it. It's the high water mark of the 1916 floods. And he come through on his little tractor and told everybody, look, if you can't walk up there, then when I come back through, I'll pick everybody up and take them up there. And she left with a group of other people, and they went up the hill and then spread out. And they ended up standing for several hours just under a random freaking tree. They just stood there like for 6 hours until the water got back down. And it didn't quite make it up to the 1916 level, but in other places it did. They pretty much lost everything, but they're all okay and everybody's fine. And the house was made of block. And so they're like, we're going to grab some shovels, rip the roof off, put another roof on it, and, be back in business. They don't seem to be too terribly put out about it. But there are other people who lost everything and friends, family, loved ones, pets. Oh, that was one thing. Almost everyone in the neighborhood lost all of their pets. Maybe they lived, maybe they didn't, but nobody knows where they're at. Farm animals gone. Just gone. Non-existent anymore.
This thing is water. This is not good. I don't know if Indiana's gonna happen this weekend, guys. Look at that.
It's not.
Crate
Pop
floating down.
quiz.
Oh my god.
Homie's belongings are washing away.
Washing a bunch of shit up here. Oh, dude, this is bad. Dude, I don't know what to do. Got water coming out right there too. There, my whole neighborhood, the river.
Yeah, no, the funny thing about that old dude is once it was all said and done and she got evacuated out, she turned and looked at the dude they were all like on a bus or something, and she came across one of her other neighbors. She was like, hey, what was that old dude's name? And nobody knows his name. Like, he was just the old dude at the top of the hill who owned all the property or half the mountain or something. But yeah, no, bless that man. It was an amazing thing, which he also, he did that early, like way early. He didn't wait around until it was lapping at the bottom of the houses. He took one look at the track of that storm, went, nah, and this is in an area of the country where history is not so much kept by historians as much as it is by family Bibles.
Oh, it's deep. What the hell? The RVs haven't moved yet.
And they're probably not going to.
There's mine right there. Oh my God! Please.
I'll tell you one thing I noticed. If you were mucking around on Facebook Marketplace over the past 2 months looking for camper trailers or RVs, they're all gone. There are none on the East Coast anymore. There's nothing for sale anywhere in North or South Carolina. They're just been all removed. They're gone. They probably gone from the side of the mountain they were on. Whatever. I mean, that was a really weird thing I noticed when I got my internet back, because I don't know, I'm a Facebook Marketplace junkie. I can't help it. I just look.
I cannot afford to be homeless. Or with a piece of dry land.
Hold on. I claimed this land in the name of Sasquatch. Yeah, it's probably not going to hold court.
Dude, up to the first step. It's rising. It's rising fast, too. I'll be right over. I can lend you a hand or two. I hear you. Kind of cool seeing the whole community come together for such an event. I think I'm not sure it's a coin toss at this point, but I think I'm gonna lose my house today. Look at this. This is my neighborhood.
Well, no, the area I was looking in specifically was in this general vicinity, because I know of 4 YouTubers in that general bar tri-state area, North, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, that whole little area. And I was going to go do a little tour, pick up, my plan was to pick up an RV and do my magical, resurrection stuff that I do to old vehicles, see if I can pull one up out of the stockades back there. Yeah, I don't think that they've been bought by Californians. I think they're on their way to the Atlantic Ocean currently, just the slow route.
Right now. This is absolutely crazy.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. That first row.
Do you see it as like a pharaonic kind of thing where we take our animals with us? Or is that just too morbid? Yeah, no, that is a great line. But no, being broke's not necessarily a prerequisite. We had this guy here who it turned out was quite wealthy. He left a rather large chunk of money to his children, who had no idea he had money, because homie was called the Goat Man. And he had a cart and about 6 goats, and he rode around with them, and he went places and did things, and he had a bunch of goats, and that was what he did. And he bought goats and sold goats and gave away goats and fed people with goats, and he was a generally good, beneficial component of the greater community here. Kind of seen as, that daft old guy with all the goats, nobody ever thought much about him. He was never a problem. He did have a couple of run-ins with some cops, because apparently they think it's illegal to ride a goat cart down the highway. but it's not. It's just, as long as you got one of them little triangles on the back, let's go. Or maybe I should say, let's go.
Of RVs is toast. This is where the bank broke. That caused all this. This thing is hanging in there too. I don't know how. Holy crap. Those $1 million houses.
So are we considering roof surfing these things? Anybody with me on this one? I mean, I'm down to climb up there and see if I can ride it, but if there's a high ground I could get to, I'll abandon this thing like now, like an hour ago, 2 hours ago, I'd have been out of here. I'd have left. No, that water ain't slowing down. It's speeding up. The thing is he's, as I understand it, he's actually a little bit downhill from where the primary rain hit, the main rain band went through. So he didn't directly catch that rain, but the mountain did.
Across the road or getting a deep clean. It's horrible. That whole field over there is a river now. Dare me to jump in?
Children, do not ever, under any circumstances during a flood, enter the water. Even if it's calm as a lake, every single gas tank, diesel tank, vehicle, boat, houseboat, all of the septic tanks, every single cistern, every cesspool, every pig farm, every single animal stable upstream from this location has washed all of its effluent into this stream. That is a toxic mix of water that will destroy your cells. If you have a cut on your toe, you may lose your coat. That is nasty. That is some of the most disgusting stuff you can come across.
Well, if the house gets swept away, I'm moving the tag. I don't know what to think right now. I've never experienced anything like this. I'm just shocked.
All right. I want to point out the two absolute thugs that are just standing ankle deep in this cesspool. These folks, I mean, they get the top B for balls, right? The capital B. What's up, Dennis? If you don't want to cam up, you don't have to. Welcome to the show, bud. How we doing? You ever been through a tornado, hurricane, disaster?
Been through several hurricanes.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got out and played in them a couple times. Mama wanted to go out and shoot pool, but that was like only a 90-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, that's what, category 1?
Yeah.
I have a secret. I have a cracked rotator cuff in my left shoulder that is a byproduct of bodyboarding in I think it might have been Wilma or Ira, one of them. Whichever one was going on during our honeymoon. While I was on my honeymoon, my doped up and drunk ass was sitting around watching the news one afternoon, and I was like, "Oh, small craft advisories. Why?" And then she said, "Because of the massive waves crashing onto the beach." And I went, "Ooh, waves!" And so we went, and I went bodyboarding, and I had an absolute blast until the tide turned. When the tide turned, instead of the waves falling in the little puddle of water that's washing out from the previous wave, the water had already washed out, and it just dropped me right on the beach every time. Yeah. 3 in a row, and it got me good.
Well, it's still dangerous. 100-mile-an-hour wind, 90-mile-an-hour wind, because they can pick up something like a sign and cut you in half.
Oh yes, sir. I lived out in the middle of nowhere, and I sat outside through all of Ivan, and I was sitting there. we got these charged batteries for like the different vehicles and stuff that we were working on that weren't actually running at the time, that are just stacked up next to the float charger. When the power went off, I went out and unplugged the float charger and hooked up a Q-beam to the batteries. And every now and then I'd just turn on the light and shine it out across the little valley behind the house. And I turned that light on one time and seen an oak tree bigger around than my waist fly over the top of the house. And I just set the Q-beam down and unhooked and I didn't look no more because I didn't want to know what was going by, because I heard that coming. I heard something and I was like, what was that? And I clicked.
Yeah, we would go out on the beach, but the beach wouldn't be there. It'd just be water. As soon as you get to where the beach is supposed to be, you're talking 30, 40 yards of beach gone, just submerged. And the wind was blowing at us in our face, and we would jump up in the air and out off of the steps that come off the boardwalk area, and it would hold you there for like half a second. It's like almost like flying and shit.
Yeah.
Not
That is
crazy.
terrifying, though. It's not fun. Not really.
That's kind of stuff when you got nothing to lose. You go do stupid shit like that.
Now, as far as tornadoes are concerned, the closest I've seen a water spout with my own eyes, and I've seen one on a river, which I believe is called a tornado. Because it was a water spout for a second. And that was terrifying because it was serious. But the scariest one I encountered back when I was doing all the dope fiending stuff that I was doing, there was this dude that lived out in one of these little camper type things, middle of this cow field in the middle of freaking nowhere. I'm talking 20 miles off the map. You have to go somewhere else to get somewhere so that you can get anywhere. Does that make sense? There's not even actually a driveway. There's just a gate, and I hope you figure out where he's at over yonder. Anyway, so I went over there to go talk to some guys, and I was waiting for somebody else to show up with, to do the thing. And while we're waiting, now this little camper, much like this one you see right here in the front, is directly under this massive sawtooth oak. And there's 6 of us in the camper. The wind's whipping. It's like 4 or 5:30 in the afternoon, and it looks like it's 9 o'clock at night. It is freaking dark, bro. The whole world smells like ozone. There's lightning popping, but the wind wasn't that bad where we were at. It was just kind of breezing. It was like you could hear it blowing, but it was like it was blowing just above our heads, but not really moving the air on the ground much. A light breeze. We went inside and we're sitting around playing guitar, drinking, waiting on homeboy to show up, when all of a sudden it sounded like a stampede, or I've heard people say it sounded like a train, but it sounded more like if you've ever approached a waterfall, you know how you can hear it like way off, but then there's that point where you come directly in the line of sight and it goes from being that weird white noise to being actual water that you can hear.
Yeah.
That crap was terrifying, because when you're walking towards one, it's one thing, but when you get okay, I'm in the middle of something. Sorry. So like when you're walking towards it, you know you're heading towards a waterfall, but when you're sitting there playing Go Fish with a bunch of guys and the waterfall comes at you, it does something to your nerves. And we're sitting there and the whole place kind of rattles a little bit, and then something cracked and it felt like it dropped a half inch. And then the sun came out like 10 seconds later. Bright, clear sun. And we sat there for a minute and looked around, and the whole place, like dust fell down out from between all the panels and stuff when it fell down. Homie's like, I got to check on that. I said, you might want to wait a minute. He's like, you think I'm going to be any safer in here? And I thought about it, went, no, I guess you're right. So we stepped out. That freaking oak tree, that ginormous sawtooth oak that this thing was parked under, was just gone. Gone. The whole thing. There was no sign of it. There was like a few little flakes of bark and a couple of leaves, that the entire tree had been lifted from over the top of that camper and tossed so far away that we could not see it from the hilltop we were standing on.
Yeah. But, we got stranded. We evacuated during Florence. I think it was like 2019, maybe 2018. And we got stranded out of town, staying with family in like central North Carolina. That's how far inland we went. We were stranded out like 3 weeks because the roads were just flooded so bad between us, which is like Greensboro area.
Yeah.
It was like so many roads just flooded out like hell. And we got back.
You know, I've said this before, and it sounds shallow, but there's a big difference between having a flood in a mountain, on a mountain, and having a flood like in Louisiana or the Gulf Coast. You get what I mean when I say that, right?
Yeah, I know exactly what happened up there. I could picture it. All that rain's got nowhere to go but down.
Heinous.
It's like a slide, you know. They fill it up with water and you go riding down it. Well, it ain't one fun one on that one. I feel for those people bad. And like I said, I seen that video on Barry Stepp's channel today. He posted it. But, he had been hearing posts about it, and he's one of those real skeptical assholes that, you know, he knows there's truth in what people are saying. He kind of don't want to verify it and shit. So he's like, I'm gonna reserve my judgment on this. But then he put it out there today, and he, you know, it shows
the video.
Yeah, it shows the helicopter. They had like canopies set up, you know, for like.
I've got that video in this stack. We're going to be going over that in a little bit.
Yeah. And then it's like, you know, we were talking about that other thing. I can picture them using harps to heat the water up somewhere and cause a whole lot of evaporation and just fueling that son of a bitch. So that was 40 trillion tons of gallons of water is what hit this country. All the way from Florida on up to Tennessee. 40 trillion gallons of water.
But is that even accurate? Would it be more? It could be more.
Yeah, it could be more. That's somebody's estimate, and it's
one of the guys.
That sounds about right.
One of my old search and rescue buddies from back in the day called me, and he said that he had gone up there. He's got this I don't know what you call the doggone thing. It looks like a swamp buggy type of thing, but it's some type of a modified rock crawling doohickey, and he uses it to get through, you know, impassable areas and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's one way to get blocked. I mean, we're gonna stick you in a 24-hour one. Y'all have a lovely evening over there. That's I think that might be the fastest I've ever silenced anyone.
That other video,
that kind of thing. Go ahead.
That other video I seen was yesterday, and it was a woman who's on the ground there, showing the damaged areas and telling her experience with us. And she's the one that said that they have 3 reefer trucks full of dead bodies.
Oh yeah, no. I mean,
that is, but 3 of them full. They've got nowhere to store anymore.
Right.
She was talking about where they were finding people in the bushes and trees, underneath boulders.
Well, we had a Prius dropped in the power lines over here, like just down the road from my house, bro. Like when I woke up the next morning, I could see it from my front yard, and I just stood there. I couldn't tell what it was. It was just something red. I was like, "What is that?" And I went in and I told my wife when I come back to look at it and try to use my phone to zoom in on it. It was gone, and turned out a handful of people had gotten pictures of it. If I can get a copy of it, I'll post it on my community page. But yeah, no, these things are absolutely unbelievable.
It's like Carolina Beach. During that storm, Carolina Beach got 20 inches. They flooded worse than I've seen it flood since probably Floyd or Fran.
Ooh, Floyd was bad.
Fran was bad too. Fran put 3. I think I got the post on my community post where I showed the flooding from where it hit them. It was all the way up to like a foot inside the door of that bar I go to. But when Fran come through, it was like 2-3 foot up the wall.
Right. A lot of these southern towns down here, if you wander around over by the courthouse, the library, the jail, or somewhere in town, you'll find a brass line put in on a wall somewhere. Usually it's somewhere around town square. That brass line is the high water mark for the deepest flood that's ever run through this area. It's a common practice, and it makes sense to me. What's up, Curious Squirrel? Welcome in. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. It could be very, very stupid. I was probably involved. Hell, it might have been my idea, man. Hey, now, what's up, Scotty Wallace? All right, we're gonna roll this on out a little bit further.
Campers haven't been swept away yet. Got everything out of our house. Got the I saved a dog like an hour ago. Two of them cold as shit. Apparently, the mudslide that just sealed in the whole road, but it hasn't made it to my second step yet, which is good.
Yeah. Good rope is something good to have during that time too.
Got oceanfront property now.
Rope?
Yeah, something you can tie yourself to a tree or tie.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I beg to differ. I'm not tying myself. I'll take my chances swimming before I tie myself to something. Because if it goes higher than you think it's going to go, right now, what these gentlemen should be doing is walking uphill. The second that thing came over that bank, you grab the shit that's important and you walk your ass uphill, because you don't know when that's going to stop. And the amount of nasty in that water means that almost every well on the side of this mountain that's below the flood line is no longer going to be potable water until that water is pumped completely out and the well is treated. I might have encountered that problem a couple of times.
It's a blessing in disguise. We got oceanfront property now. And my wife's car with the cats. Pickle. There's Maple.
Cats are safe. We have verified the cats are safe. So for those of y'all who are worried about us messing with cats, the cats are safe.
Water's kind of going down, but the rain just started again, so I don't know. Let's go check out this tree that's about to come down. This is insane. Where is it? Holy crap, you're right. That thing's barely hanging on, man. Don't mind me just walking in front.
All right. So here's another consideration. That tree that's coming down, there are a million other trees just like it, and you can't see them in this water. And at any point in time, with the speed this water is running, the root ball of that tree could lodge itself into the bottom. It could stand straight upright and fall over outside of the path of the water. So him walking up close to the edge of the water like this is not safe. That is not a safe thing to do. It'll be like God hit you with a baseball bat, bro. Like Zeus himself struck you with a tree stump.
Well, if your time is your time, but ain't no need making it easy.
That's true. You ain't got to invite it.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I'm real big on risk assessment. I really try to bend the odds in my favor on any little old thing that I do. But I think everyone does, whether they realize it or not. But I take an active interest in doing so.
Natural disasters, I guess you get a pass on that, though.
Dude, don't stand there.
Crap, dude.
No, sir.
There's so much trash floating down this river right now. It's a shame to see. Yeah, I don't think we're going to lose our homes. Oh, yeah, there it is. I'm just waiting to see like a whole truck float down. There's like this crazy propane smell. Or kerosene. I don't know what it is.
That is every single gas tank, boat tank, tractor tank, generator, all of the houseboats, everything anywhere uphill from here that might have had a bit of gas in it.
Yeah. Cars, trucks, anything you got water.
Cars, trucks.
Gas floats on water.
That's a yeah, it's all sitting right across the top of it, but you can't see it because it's basically white water.
Yeah.
Never in my life would I, like, this is all dry. That's all bank. Piece of wood. That's supposed to be a field. Is that a gas man? No! Venturing into my living space.
Yep, all the pesticides and shit and shit, paint, everything.
Dude, think about it, man. You've got farms that are uphill from here. You've got there's probably processing houses, charnel houses. There's everything that would be involved, smoke shacks. I mean, everything you would have involved in country life is going on sides of these mountains, and it all just got washed into that freaking river. And that's not a river. To repeat, that is a creek. Homie was able to wade across it without getting his knees wet at the beginning of this stuff. So, yeah.
A gasoline can, right? I'm shocked that those blocks have come out. I'm even more shocked that these campers are still here. Here's my yard. So, what's up? All right, talking to my camera. So let's check on the inside. I hope that there's no like crazy leaks or anything. I've killed the power in here. It's a mess, by the way. My house is normally not this dirty, but we left in a hurry, as you can imagine. I think I might have a house to live in after all this is said and done. Thank God. Shout out to my fence for catching all of my neighbor's stuff. Dude, this is pretty surreal, honestly. This is not a flood zone. I guess this is never flooded.
Yeah, I noticed the irony in that one. I got it. I dig it. What's up, no name coder? Anti-At Jack. Andy Pickle, welcome in. Yeah, the topsoil is all migrated to the low country, is exactly what's taking place right here.
Deltas and shit.
Well, the link's over there. If you come up to discuss this topic, I will not be bringing you up on camera. I'll put up a banner over top, or I might just do this thing, which is equally effective. That way, there's no risk of anybody doing any kind of shenanigans to have us taken down. But what it says is, I'm in Asheville. We got hit really hard. We had a tree fall and crushed the back 3 rooms of our house, but everyone is safe, thankfully. People are way worse off than me, so I'm blessed. I agree. Same thing here. I'm in Georgia. We made it through virtually unscathed. I was trapped on my little road here for about 2 days. I'm in the middle of my town in the county seat, and it took them 2 days to carve us out of here. We were 4 days without power, and the power and the internet and the cell service all came back at the same time. What's up, Watt Life? If you want to come up, you can come tell your story too. You said something about having some work over yonder. If you want to be advertisable about that. I don't know how good your y'all's internet is at the moment. Mine's better than it's ever been. Right now, we're probably one of very few people in this county that actually have internet. And the only reason I have internet is because I'm between the hospital, the banks, the prison, the police department, fire department. We're right in the middle. And so when their stuff gets fixed, our stuff gets fixed by default. Wildlife, if you want to rant, brother, this is absolutely the time to do it. I will tolerate it more right now than I would ordinarily. And that's, just because that's kind of the purpose of this stream. I'm going to sit here. I've got a number of emails out to people who may or may not care, and they can do what they want to do, but that's that mid-sized Sasquatch right there. As far as the feds are concerned, I haven't seen any. I haven't heard from none. I haven't talked to anybody who has heard from some. The closest I've come to seeing feds were some helicopters that flew by at one point. One really weird thing me and my wife noticed, we on the first night, right as the bulk of the cloud cover was leaving, the entire hemisphere is black. There's been a full blackout across the entire eastern seaboard as far as we could tell at the time. We look up And I'm not joking when I say this, hundreds of drones, not satellites. These things were lower to the ground and they weren't bleaking like aircraft do. And after watching them for a while, we decided they were drones. And after some discussion back and forth amongst ourselves, we came up with this as our reasoning for it being drones. This is where we're going to get the news footage of all of the damage and whatnot that's taking place. However, that being said, I have not seen any of that news footage.
They've
I'm a little curious.
go down to no fly zone, man. You didn't know that? No
Well,
drone.
yeah, but the thing, I don't know if you're on a cell phone or what does it do? Just dump you off into the into a StreamYard? Like try to buy StreamYard stuff? Oh, let me try it on my phone and see where I end up. Thing is, chances are, oh, I see. You've got to hit the 3 buttons at the end of the comment and then go in to hit the link. And I wonder if I didn't put a space in the right spot there. Let me try that again. That would explain much. All right. We're going to just do the link itself without any explanation. Try hitting that bear link. That might work a little better. I've had problems getting links to work in vertical mode. It's one of the reasons I don't do it as often as maybe I should. I don't know. Not a huge fan of it, to be honest. But also, I think if you have the ability, I don't know exactly how this works, you can copy the link and then I think either drop it into Google search or you might have to go to StreamYard and drop it into the StreamYard search thing and it'll bring you in. I know some people who have figured that one out. I haven't, so they're better at it than I am.
In the history of since humans living on this property, the bank has never broke. And I thought I might have been a little over dramatic this morning, waking up my neighbors, but I'm glad I did. In case y'all thought I was lying, I really did.
What's up, Veterans Affairs? Welcome in. The dog is safe. We have verified the dog is safe. We have the dog on camera. That's good to know too. I was worried about him.
All the gravel from my driveway is gone. No, it's still there. It's just covered in mud, actually. This looks crazy. Oh, dude. Disgusting.
All right. And what he's walking through right now is very disgusting. That mud is essentially the accumulation of all of the freaking poops and dry spots on the side of every hill upstream from here. It's disgusting, but he's got a cricket bucket.
Some sort of filter. See if I can't find any of the nice stuff. This is mine. This is that RV that. I mean, let's look at that. Oh, it's raining acorns on me.
Everybody scatter. It's the assault acorns. If there was a cop here, he'd shoot everybody. What you think about that one there, Bigfoot?
I believe it. I've seen that video.
Yeah. He did a combat roll, bro. He did a combat roll and screamed, "I'm hit."
Shots fired, shots fired. Pow, 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 pow. I don't know how to do to get hit. They literally
no, think about it. It makes perfect sense. When you do the comment, email me. I'll email you the hold on. I got a banner over here with my email on it. Let me find it. All right. Email me and I'll email you the link. Maybe it'll work better that way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you though.
Muted up because I'm outside and the AC unit raising hell. It cuts off on me.
All right.
Whole river going through my I might want to put a helmet on. Oh, Man. Let's see if my septic line is still here. Yeah, like I said, my RV caught like all my neighbor's stuff. Wow.
So where do you think your septic's going to be draining to? Yeah, no, based, was that based mic? Yeah, no, I totally get it. It's that's what I'm hearing all over here. In fact, I have yet to find a single person who has officially been accepted, although a whole bunch of them still have claims up in the air, right? So I'm kind of under the impression that the only people that are being considered are the people who are already on like EBT and whatnot. I shall replace the pinned message. Bat Jack says it works. It works. I don't know if it works. I'm not sure why it's not working. It might be part of the advanced features that I don't have anymore because, you know, I'm a bad, naughty YouTuber, you know?
They cut you back.
Well, I caught a strike for a short that I did. That's still up, by the way. The person whose short I clipped still has their short up, but my short it got me a strike and got took down. So I don't know how that works. Apparently, if you laugh at something that's funny and there's an animal there somewhere, that is promotion of animal cruelty. Whereas the only people that got hurt in this video were the two Florida guys that were in that boat. And that's because they shotgunned a beer. That was the only hurt that happened. OPD, welcome in, girl. Princess OPD, I appreciate you coming through. I do.
I've seen videos they shouldn't be putting on because it shows animals fighting and shit, and they're making
Oh,
videos and shit. I don't know how that shit's on there because that's
millions of views.
And they just let it keep going. And it makes me sick to see that shit. And it makes me sick to see somebody videotaping that shit.
Millions of views on
bitches or something.
I mean, it's millions of views on monetized channels, and that's what makes me sick.
Yeah, terms of service.
I'm trying to think. I've never been part of a natural disaster before like this. Been part of a shark attack, insane amount of car accidents. I mean, I drowned it in a cave. But this is just insane. Mother Nature don't play. I guess my wife's plant made it. Oh my God. Back in the house. I'm gonna walk downstream for a minute. My osprey bag has seen better days.
That's true, brother. I know a lot of people here that, and I thought it was kind of, yeah, I sent you one back, bro. My email is at the top of the thing. If anybody's having trouble with the link, let me know. Hit me with an email. I'll hit you right back. I got my email open right next to my StreamYard. And if I crash out, I'll be back as soon as I can get this old kicking gizzard back running. Homie still got a smoker, so that's something. All right. We're going to run this one on out. And before we go into the Redneck Air Force, I'm going to tell you my survival story because it's the bougiest shit you ever heard. It's dumb as hell, but promise to tell everybody, unbroken, uncut. We're going to do the whole thing. I've just been dropping bits and pieces of it because it's kind of embarrassing. I'm not going to lie. Oh, really? Cool. I'm definitely going to jump into that. As a matter of fact, I might use that as background while I'm telling what I went through. I went out to my daughter's house. My baby mama's house. And she lives like pretty far off the beaten track, right? It took them 2 days to cut their way out from over there to get out towards the nearest town. It took them 4 days to clear the road in the other direction. And it's not 100% clear. I went through there today. There's still lines down over there and stuff. It's all piled up in the road. So I float. I swim like a fish, just not so great on top of the water. You know, yeah, as long as I can get across it in like 5-10 minutes, I'm good. If I got to swim more than that, I'll probably drown. Although I have a lot more hair now. I don't know how that'll help.
It won't.
Dude, you know what I should have done? I should have put all my ropes in this little creek area and let them clean all my ropes. I actually do keep all my ropes extremely clean. So, flexing on you. This area flooded within an hour.
Damn.
It didn't get high up until.
We're going to talk about
hours.
Milton in a little while. I've got my own theories on that, and I got a tinfoil hat to go with it just in case, you know.
A lot of water, man. I think it's perfectly fine though, which is crazy. And this is where I was standing all day yesterday. The torrent that's like kind of sucking the water. Oh. Okay. This is dumb. Why am I doing that?
All right. What did we learn, children? Did we learn? I'm going to back that up so we can learn again.
The torrent that's like kind of sucking the water. Oh.
That water is a little over ankle deep. He stepped in it and it tried to snatch his ass under. Never, ever, ever go in the water when you're dealing with stuff like this. A running jump would have been safer.
Okay, this is dumb. Why am I doing that? A little pothole about.
Yeah, no. I noticed that too, and I laughed maniacally because I knew that a whole bunch of YouTubers were going to jump on that association between Florida Paradise, the Fountain of Youth, and Milton.
Swept me off my feet.
If you could track where that water came from.
Rain is starting to come down again.
That stuff's running, what, 45 miles an hour?
Yeah.
You slip
where
in
that water came from, you could figure out what they did. I'm thinking they hit the Amazon River.
I don't know, man. Bigger. That's a lot of water.
That's the largest river in the world.
Yes, sir.
It's right in that area for Milton.
I guess I'm gonna go back to my car. I'm gonna start putting stuff back in my house, but I should probably wait until this is completely cleared up to do that. I'm gonna walk down the creek a little bit. Can't see can't find anything. This is madness. Yeah, my path is like right down there. I can't walk that. Yeah, as you can see, I mean, the water just got all the way out to there. I'm so lucky that my camper didn't get washed away.
Can I point out right here, homie is filming himself at a 45-degree angle upward, and that's the mountain. This is the type of land where you can only bake half an apple pie.
That being said, though, my tree with the roof in it might help. No, it didn't. I don't think it did. All right, so I'm gonna drive around my little town and see.
Where is this thing?
I don't even know.
At least all it says here is NC Mountain Town. I think he mentions Boone at some point, but I don't remember exactly. I've heard a whole bunch of town names in the past couple hours. I've been going through a bunch of this stuff.
Yeah, I think one that was this side of Asheville that was completely wiped out and cut off too.
That's Chimney Rock.
No, it's lower down. It's lower down.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, Chimney Rock's at the top.
Know what to expect.
That's kind of fucked up by itself, dude.
Water everywhere you look. I mean, that is insane. Back in my house. Wind is kind of freaking me out. But it'll just get better and better as the day's going on. What is hitting our house, dude?
That's acorns.
Oh. Anyway, I'm going to edit this video and put it on YouTube. Inception. Give me a.
I'm skinny, but that dude needs a sandwich.
Yeah, he could use a few burgers. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so so I've got this short up on my channel. Let's start there. I went and filmed this short. This is roughly 4 hours before all hell broke loose. This. Let's see. It's going to be kind of weird for a second here, but just work with it. What you're looking at here, the two little fountains right here are is the road behind my house. Like it's one block over and one block back, right? Away from Main Street. So it'd be like 2nd or 3rd Street or whatever. Anyway, that is the sewer. That is the manhole cover in the middle of the road. And when I was looking for somewhere to park, when I first come through, those two jets were shooting up 8 inches, 10 inches. Now they're down to like 4 inches. 5. So
going the wrong way.
Nice. Right? Because it's coming from under us now. Thanks, Helene. Right. So, and this is chocolate. And this is how I deal with disaster. When everybody reaches that point where they're all kinds of upset. If y'all can figure out how to make the link work, great. If you can't, email me. I'll send you the link individually. I emailed most people in my email list. I got kind of obnoxious on this one because I was worried that the link wasn't going to work from chat. So y'all use that to share stuff, be annoying, however you want to do it. When we have a disaster, there's a family tradition in my family. We keep some powdered hot chocolate around with marshmallows because in the middle of a natural disaster, when the power's gone, there's no communication, and you know there's not going to be any help coming from anywhere. It's really hard to be depressed when you got a nice hot chocolate cup of hot chocolate. Take 2.
Yeah, we had a survival story where we was hit by a damn like a blizzard up in High Point, North Carolina, and we got snowed in because we had like 4 inches of snow and like 1 inch of ice on top of it. Knocked down all the powers. Like half of High Point was up without a power, and I was kind of sort of doing the same thing, you know, doing the take care of everybody and shit. We sheltered there together. But I was cooking on a Coleman stove indoors. And luckily enough, I realized what the hell we all had the giggles from was fucking carbon monoxide poisoning. So we had to like open up all the windows because it was cold as hell outside, but we was all giggling like a bunch of idiots and about poisoning ourselves with that shit. But yeah, you got to be ready for shit, man. If you ain't ready for shit, don't try to ride shit out, man. Get the hell out.
Yeah, y'all be careful. When it comes to trying to cook in situations like this, my wife was kind of ill with me because I waited 24 hours after all of the wind and hurricane and everything had stopped. It wasn't 24 hours later. I was like, okay. And I backed my truck around back, went and got all the camp gear, stacked up some wood, built a fire, and did the camp thing. And she was a little bit upset with it because she was like, you could have done this at any point. And I was like, well, sort of. Like, not really, because everything was wet at first. I would have had to it would have been a lot more difficult to get everything started when the ground's got 2.5 inches of water on it, So by waiting a little while, I had a dry spot to put wood. And even though the wood was wet, I had a handful of charcoal. I stuck on a rack under it, lit the charcoal, and then lit up the M is okay. I have gotten in contact with M, but ironically, I used like the last 4 emails she had room for in that particular email. So I'm expecting her to start a new email and contact me here in the next couple of days, but I don't know. I also sent her my phone number. She's had my phone number. She knows. I don't put whiskey in that cocoa because when you're dealing with a natural disaster, it's best to have your wits about you. And so I keep my rum, actually. I keep my rum until after all that's said and done. Once everything that can be done is done, and there's nothing else that can do. Okay, so right after that video, I went home and told my wife, this is probably going to be worse than they said. I did the Raging Tomatoes stream that night. And at some point in time during that stream, hold up. I bet I got that too. Nope, wrong button. I was this one. Go ahead.
I was saying I was in chat when that storm hit and you was having a situation with that shit. You shut it down a little early.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, if I remember right, I dipped out because, yeah, you can see on the, well, no, you can't because I haven't done the right thing and did it right. You can see here, that's the storm behind me. That was live stream of what was going on with it. And we're not dealing with the eye wall when this happens. That was several hours later. Our power went out like way early on that. So
Real Francis, I'm loving this girl, but she's way out of my league.
That was it. Basically all I said is like, I'm going to go ahead and end this before I don't have the ability to do so.
Yeah, that's what you said.
A bunch of stepkids.
Yeah, what's wrong with having step? Wait.
So just before this, I get a phone call from a cousin of mine that lives down in the Panhandle, and I haven't heard from him in like 10 years maybe, and I don't even recognize the number, but it's coming from a place I know I got family. You know, the location said it was Florida, and that particular code is from the Panhandle, and I went, that's weird. Hello, and it's my cousin. And he's like, bro, listen, I ain't got long. Whatever they're telling you about this hurricane is wrong. It is going to be much worse than you think. And then he hung up. And I just sat there and blinked. And that's the look you see on my face right now, is me going like, what the hell exactly am I supposed to do with that information? I mean, I'm prepped. I'm as prepped as I can be. I got gas. I got ice. I mean, I'm the third little pig. I'm in a brick house. So I sat here for a minute and I thought about it. The only thing I actually did was I went out in the yard and gathered up some stuff and stuck it under the edge of the house, some wood and stuff, so that it might not get as wet as the rest of it, which it was already raining on it. And it felt kind of stupid to do, but yeah, that was what I could do at the time. So I did something, some little thing that it was a strange phone call. But I knew exactly who it was the second I heard his voice. I was like, oh, yeah, okay. And so I did a little something. A couple hours later, the power goes out. A couple hours after that, all of the wind and rain finally dragged down. I just 6 hours after that, to be honest. It was quite a minute. We sat here for quite a minute listening to all the furies of hell screaming at the top of our roof. At one point in time during the night, it got really, really, really loud, and I was kind of worried about it being a hurricane, and not a hurricane, but a tornado, because of how loud it was. And I went out in the garage and walked down to the end of our handicap ramp, looked in the backyard, and it looked like the big ass pecan tree back there was dancing the Macarena. And I turned around and just come back in, and my daughter stepped out with a flashlight. It was like, I want to go look. I said, there ain't nothing out there you want to see. She said, okay. And walked back inside, and we sat in the dark for another couple of hours. It's terrifying. I mean, there comes a point where you just kind of got to let go and say it's in the creator's hands, whatever you may believe that creator to be. There's nothing else you can do. Right?
Yeah, that's the way I always look at it. It's your time, it's your time.
So you just do what you can do, and then you move on. Let's see. So everything, the power's been off for 24 hours, roughly. That first day we did nothing but like basically pack some stuff in ice, gather up some things that weren't put up and put them up and that kind of stuff. And everybody goes to bed that night. It's hot, it's sticky. There's not even a freaking breeze going on, which is really weird that it gets so calm right after a hurricane, but it does. Not even a breeze. Next morning, I wake up at like 4 a.m. just because I can't sleep anymore. It's hot and uncomfortable. I was like, screw it. Might as well go ahead and get shit together because it should be dry enough for me to build a fire without it being a major disaster or an absolute failure. So
yep. Here's a couple of little tips for if you live in those areas that are prone to lose power. You take those packs that you can freeze and keep your coolers cool, and then you refreeze them over and over. Half my freezer is full of those.
Yeah.
So that if it does go down, it's got its own ice in it. Another
For a
thing
while.
is you can take a glass of water or a cup of water and let it freeze and then put a coin on top of it. That way, if you left it and you're coming back and you're wondering if the food's any good, that coin sinking will let you know whether you froze and unfroze or not. If that coin's at the bottom of that cup, that shit in there came unfroze.
Yeah. Yep. I lost a whole pork belly. But we'll get to that. So the next morning, that night I made hot chocolate. Everybody goes to bed. Next morning we wake up, and like I said, I got up stupid freaking early. And I went out and I dug my camp kit out of the closet, gathered up all my other stuff for camping, set everything up on the back porch, which was immaculately clean thanks to the amazing amount of rain and wind, just blowing it clean. So set everything up over there, emptied out all the stuff out of the grill, reassembled it so it was dry, and prepared to cook something for breakfast when everyone got up. Made coffee, put on a pot of water to get hot. We did not lose water through the whole thing, which is part of what makes this so bougie. My wife wakes up, she has a cup of coffee. Suddenly she has a much better grip on reality. Like just having a cup of coffee in her hands made her feel better about the whole thing. She's like, how long do you reckon we're going to be without power? And I was like, I was going to tell you to go to your mama's house in Savannah, but you can't. And she's like, what do you mean I can't? I'm like, you can't go there. We can't get off this block. There's a huge tree across the road right down here, and there are 3 huge trees across the road at the intersection over here. There is nothing we can do right now. She's like, what do you mean there's nothing we can do? I was like, there's nothing. I don't have a chainsaw. I can't cut us out of here. I can run over that fence so we could go across the neighbor's field, but we're not there yet. So my plan is to sit right here and start cooking things out of the freezer, and maybe we won't lose absolutely everything, but even if we do, we will have cooked as much of it as we can, and we can just munch on it like a smorgasbord all day. And she's like, well, is that really smart? And I'm like, what are we going to do with it? In 48 hours, every bit of food in that freezer is going to be poisonous, essentially. And you can either dry it out through smoking, or we can eat it now. So, which way you want to go with it. Hypothetically, we should start with the fish because that's the most likely to not only thaw first, but also go bad first. So for the first day, and this is where it gets super bougie. For the first day, we ate smoked flounder, smoked salmon, and Salisbury steaks. For the second day, I had pretty much cooking on the grill at all times, a double handful of hamburgers, a fistful of hot dogs, and oyster stew, which I just pretty much kept warm for anybody that wanted a bowl of soup. I had a massive amount of fucking crackers, so that wasn't in short supply.
Yeah, I don't keep large amounts of frozen food. I don't like it's been frozen more than like 3-4 months.
Well, that's the thing is I don't keep a large amount of frozen food around, but I do keep, a goodly amount, enough that if something like this happens, we can eat for a couple of days without having to leave. Right. So third day rolls around. It's pretty much the same general concept, more cooking, a London broil, a pork loin sitting over there, slow roasting. We got coffee the whole way through. After the second day, I was able to get off the road, and my wife decided, well, she's just going to stay. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. And what was it that happened? Oh yeah. On the third or fourth day, a message shows up on my phone that had been sent 3 days before. It was like for some reason it was held until it was delivered or something. And it was from a friend of mine's ex-wife who had recently moved to a place called Thompson over here. And the message said that at the time, this was like 2 days before this, that they were turning the water off. The power had been off for 24 hours. They were turning the water off to conserve water. And there was no way for her to leave in her car because someone had siphoned the gas out of it last night. That was 2 days before. And I was like, well, shoot. I looked at my wife. I said, well, it's 50 miles. Can I make it there? I have no idea. Would I feel right having not tried? No. And she was like, okay, fine. And I rode down the road here a little ways and got to the convenience store just as it was opening and was able to pull in and fill up on gas. And I went to Thompson and picked her up, but it took every single dirt road, goat path, and I went through a few people's yards in the process because in some places the road simply didn't exist because of the trees over it. There was actually this one place where all the trees, this is before cleanup had started in that area. The trees had laid down across the road, and I actually rode through where the stumps had pulled up out of the ground instead of going, over the trees, which I might have been able to do. They weren't that huge, but it seemed safer to drop into 4-wheel drive and just go through a muddy spot than it did to try to go over some, 18-inch thick trees. At some point in time, I ran into a lineman crew that was actually coming from the other direction. And when I come out of this, I come pulling out of this dude's driveway. I'd like creep through between trees in his yard and then got to his driveway and pulled out. And homie looked at me. He was climbing out of his truck and he goes, that little thing ought to be able to make it all the way through. And he named some little town. He's like, we're cutting our way through to, and he named a road out ahead of him. And I was like, well, you get through this batch and you got another batch a little bit further along. There's wires everywhere, dude. He said, everything's dead. Don't worry about them. There is nothing over here that can hurt you. And I was like, that is good to know, bro, because I was worried about it. I was doing some rather extreme driving, trying to keep from driving on top of anything that might be live because you can't smell electricity. I was able to get to her house. Really weird thing happened here. I'm riding into the place, like somewhere between here and there, I picked up some internet, some GPS signal. So I put the address into the GPS, which I know the address and I know how to get there. So that's not the issue. When I got into Thompson, it became an issue, not only because there were so many trees across the roads that I kept having to bounce around closed roads in like the downtown hood area, trying to find a way to get into where her actual house is. But also because none of it looked right. You don't know how much, and especially in Georgia, that you use like really old trees as a visual landmark to know where you're going until they're not there anymore. You know, you would think that you would use buildings and bridges and stuff like that as landmarks, but no, trees are just as effective if they're old enough, and they're not likely to go anywhere. Well, they went somewhere. They're gone, right? So I ended up riding around in circles like 2 blocks away from her, trying to get into her little road. And I finally get over there, and she's like full on freaked out. So we packed her crap up and all of her partially frozen stuff, which was probably no good at that point, but I wasn't going to tell her that. Brought her back here, which was another 2-hour drive, although I did get to run straight through that one road where I ran into the line crew. They had cut their way all the way out of there. So that run went pretty good, but other trees were still falling while I was driving. At one point in time, a tree that did not exist on my trip in was laying across the road on my trip out, and there was no way around it. So I had to back up several miles and cut through some dirt roads, and some of the locals had cleared the dirt roads through there. And so I was able to like bounce to the next highway over and come in. I ended up having to drive an extra like 80 miles or so. I did a trip ticket on it. So it took me 180 miles to do a 100-mile round trip, and several hours. I don't even know how many hours. I lost count. So it was quite the adventure.
Yeah,
from there, do what?
I said, if I ever hit the lottery, I'm gonna get me one of those amphibious 6x6s.
Are you talking about like the big ones or the little one, like a 4-wheeler kind of?
No little shit.
Yeah, I hear you.
Blown away.
I always wanted to get a duck boat.
Yeah, duck boat. Or duck car, whatever you want to call them.
I don't know what you call it. It was always called the duck boat, and I think they've been decommissioned for groups.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my story. When I got home, we had power, and the internet came on about 20 minutes after the power, and the cell signal showed back up at the same instant the power came on. So I kept her for 24 hours, stuffed a full belly of food in her, put all her crap in a freezer. She got a good night's sleep. And of course, you know how people are. They want to be at their house. So the next morning I got up and took her home and dropped her off. And a couple hours later, her lights got turned back on. So it all worked out ultimately, but it was a hell of an adventure. And in the process of doing that whole adventure, it was hair raising as hell, because I had to sit through. And this is where I get my my advice from, and this is like pro tier stuff.
News Nation's Rich McHugh.
When you're dealing with a natural disaster like this, and some significant portion of the population do not have potable water, if you can do anything that would be helpful, the best thing you can do is keep a case of water in the back of your vehicle. Don't mess with it. And if you need directions, or you need to know something, or you need help, or you just want to talk to somebody, first thing you do is hand them that bottle of water, and don't say a word until they decide whether they're going to take it and drink it, or take it and pocket it, or whatever they're going to do. Right? Don't say nothing. Just let them make that decision. And once that decision's made, I almost guarantee you they'll give you good directions, give you a hand, or help you out in whatever way you need after they get that drink of water.
Yeah, my next acquisition is going to be a generator, because I got a 7-foot 2-man saw. And so
I'm not sure those two things are actually related, bro. Can you explain?
Well, the power, a portable generator. I mean, that's a damn nice fight. This type of situation, that's a damn fine asset to have. The
It
saw
is.
is an evacuation tool. I would
Oh,
take a
okay, I
chainsaw,
got you.
but I'm working with what I got. I have an antique 2-man saw. So,
Right.
bunch of
I bet.
pulleys. I could operate it by myself.
Yeah, yeah. I mentioned to my wife about getting a chainsaw. She said, absolutely not. And I said, why not? And she's like, "How was the last time you used a chainsaw?" I was like, 20 years ago, maybe. She's like, that's why. That's exactly why you don't get to use the saw. And I was like, come on, man. It's like riding a bike.
I've got an interesting story with that. I was doing a little county farm time, and I had used chainsaw all my life. It's like when I was in my teens and stuff, working with my dad and stuff. So I had plenty of use around them and knew how to use them and all that stuff. But I'd never had an accident with them. Never wore a set of chaps in my life. But working for the state, they wouldn't let me handle the saw unless I wore a set of chaps. Only time I ever wore a set of chaps. The only time I ever needed a set of chaps. Otherwise, I'd be one-legged dentist.
I have a very similar story. I had a pair of like I don't know what you'd call them. They were heavy duty corduroy pants, but they were super baggy, like parachute pants kind of, but corduroy. They're the hottest things on earth, man. They're so fucking heavy. I was out cutting trees, and my chain got real freaking dull, right? And my buddy was with me, and I was like, "Hey, man, run over there and go get me the little file. I'll sharpen this thing up, and we'll knock out those last 2 trees." He couldn't find the file. He's like, "But I got one in my house. I'll be right back." I was like, "Okay." Show me something, Major. Okay. What's up?
What's up, Dennis?
You are not loud. Let's make you louder.
I don't need to be louder.
I'm sure you do. We gotta hear you
No.
scream.
I
I got
can't.
you
The
all in
baby's
check.
sleeping.
I hear you, bro. You want to see some good news?
Sure.
Okay.
Who is in North Carolina, just outside of Asheville, one of the hardest hit areas, with an update on the recovery efforts and also the federal response so far. Rich, what have you seen today?
Hi, Marnie. Well, I'm here in a place I'm calling Central Command. Basically, it's a heliport a makeshift heliport where literally 30 helicopters have come in and out this morning. It's all volunteer. Over my shoulder on this side, which you can't see, is hundreds of volunteers, mostly special ops veterans of various parts of our military, all come here in Swannanoa, North Carolina to help. It's like a hive of activity. Right now is actually a quiet period, but these choppers are going in, lifting an aid to residents over these mountains that are cut off from roads. They're getting the work done here, I got to say. But yesterday, FEMA gave a press conference and came out with certain messaging that I want you to hear. This is the administrator just yesterday.
People that have been impacted are afraid to apply for our assistance. Assistance that then they can get a hotel room. They can get reimbursement for some of the costs or damages to their home. If I can't get them to apply, I can't give them the money and the resources that they're eligible for. And we're hearing that people are afraid to apply for the assistance. So we need them to know. I've heard rumors that if you take our $750 and don't pay it back, we're going to take your home. Absolutely false.
Now, I spoke to the men and women running this operation here. The man in charge is Adam Smith. He's a former Green Beret, lives not too far from here. He says, look, we have what we're doing here and what we're seeing here is completely different than what you're hearing from FEMA administrators and federal officials. Here he is in his own words. Take a listen. How would you characterize?
We have a cameo by a viewer called U-Haul. There he is.
Take a listen.
Right there. U-Haul. Everywhere you want to be.
How would you characterize the federal response here? How has it been since the beginning?
Incompetent, if we're talking about broadly speaking. Limited to no personnel. Once they did get here, They put themselves in positions, obviously, to try and create connections or contact or rapport or whatever it might be. But in the process, there's not been dedicated assistance or support. I've not seen one FEMA individual come through this location. I've not seen one FEMA truck in this town.
I haven't seen any either.
I also spoke with Aaron.
Me neither. I have seen not a single federal anything here. Nothing. Not a car, not a truck. I've seen helicopters go over that I know are FEMA because there's those helicopters, you know.
I know you know NC Tyrant Hunter. He was out doing an audit, and he was in Fayetteville, and they had like a 2-3 mile long train come through there loaded down with nothing but military backhoes, bulldozers, front end loaders, all that shit, the Humvees, the APCs. I mean, it was just totally full. Generator setups, all this shit. And it's like 2 days after the storm, so it's been real recent.
Right.
And they were just backing up and down the damn tracks. I don't know where the hell that shit ended up. I was like, well, there goes their assistance. That's what the government's trying to save money, and they're gonna truck it in their own train. But I don't see no damn videos of that shit breaking out on the ground nowhere.
No.
Where the hell did all that shit go?
I have theories. We'll get into that.
Aaron Switzer. He is retired special ops from the Air Force. He's the one that's on the ground here, guiding these choppers in and out all day until darkness. I asked him basically the same question. Take a listen.
These guys, again, are coming in trying to figure out what the problem is and who's in charge while we're solving the problems. People don't care what's going to happen 2 weeks from now when they're starving. They need food, they need water, they need warmth. They need somebody to give them a hug and say, we're here to help. What do you need? All right. They don't need a government official saying, we're going to fix this.
So obviously 2 very different stories here, Marnie. One from federal officials in FEMA and one from the people here on the ground that are actually just getting the work done. It's kind of impressive. It's heroic, this work that's going on here. Hopefully I'll have some more video to show you. I just went up in a chopper with them just before this hit into Chimney Rock. And the devastation is just, seeing it from the air, it's hard to believe. It's just the force of this water, and these residents that are now cut off. Their homes are.
I do have one observation to make on this. That man's what, 215, 220 pounds? That's 200 pounds of supplies that didn't go up that mountain on that trip. Just saying.
What?
Look, man, I got cousins up there, and they told, well, I'm not going to name names, but they told me they're part of the search and rescue team, and they were told that if they went up there and brought down survivors, that they might be arrested. But they're supposed to be going up there and marking bodies, was what they were asked to do. But instead of carrying the 46 body bags each or whatever, I don't know how many it is, some certain amount of body bags each one can carry. Instead of carrying those body bags, they loaded up with water, food, menstrual stuff, and like baby formula. And each of them took 2 body bags. And that was it. And they walked into the disaster area because they would not let them drive any closer.
Right.
And that's absurd. So absurd.
Taking 2 5-gallon jugs of gas up in there to his friend that he had cut off. He had to hike in about 4 miles, something like that.
Yup.
Carrying it across that fucking debris. Shit. That's Helene.
I mean, it's
it's crazy, and I was trying to set up. I personally know, 2 people. One is a resident of one of the areas that got hit, and then the other one is Duke City, who is been up there, sent up there by FEMA or whatever to bag and tag, and so, like, I'm getting intel on both of these. They couldn't be here tonight. So if you're not busy Thursday evening, like around usual time that we do, Tuesdays or whatever, 7, 8 your time, Sasquatch, if you want to co-host with me, I have she's going to come up on panel, tell her story, what's going on and all that stuff, like live.
Nice.
And then I'll have Duke's been sending me pictures and video and information that we can go over, to even just, there's so much, right? Like, especially for North Carolina, Georgia, everybody, Florida people, not discrediting the disaster that they've gone through, but they were prepared, right? Nobody expected, from what I gather, in my opinion, for the storm to take the way, for it to do what it did, right?
I've been
And
here
then
for 40 years, AJ, and I have
Yeah.
seen hurricanes come and go, and I've watched them blunder around and blow and wet and all that stuff. I have never seen one come up through the crotch of the Gulf like that.
Right.
Across the panhandle backwards, that's weird.
Right. And that's what makes it, so devastating. You know what I mean? Because they weren't prepared. They didn't know, you know what I mean? And like I said, Florida still got hit, and what, in the next day or two, they're about to get hit with a Category 5.
We'll see what that is when it gets there. That we're going to talk about that in a little bit. And that storm is if ever there's an artificial effect to a hurricane, that storm looks like an artificial effect.
What does that mean? Like, I'm dumbfounded. I saw people in chat talk about weather manipulation, I guess is the word.
All right.
Like that the government is like, okay, I'm clueless. I don't know. Like, what does that mean? Dumb it up for me.
I'll take this one. You take up in Alaska. You can't look at it on Google Earth anymore, I'm sure, but they have a facility up there called HARP. They probably 100 radio antennas that can put out somewhat of like, I'm just guessing at the numbers, but whatever a radio station can put out, like was 150,000 watts or whatever, but it's thousands and thousands of watts for each one of those. They direct that up into the ionosphere, bounce it off of that back down somewhere. Okay, they say it's for research and shit like that, but I don't buy that because every country or developed country has one of these or more. So if they were doing research with it, they would pool their resources and work together. Why does everyone need one? So in a way you can do that is like if you heat up an area, like whether it's the ground or the air, you can listen to the weather people. They'll tell you this air is doing this air is doing that. So if you put hot air here and
so they're manipulating the weather to where like these storms will form.
And they have patents on weather manipulation. They've been doing it since Vietnam. They used to seed the clouds up there and make it rain.
Really? See, I'm new. I'm sorry, but you know what I mean? Like I've never that.
Yeah. They've got patents on all that shit. But
no, you didn't.
Like I was telling Sasquatch, with the proximity of that thing, the largest fresh water, because that's what you need.
Go get me some oil.
Water evaporates better than salt water does. So if you hit the Amazon with enough heat, evaporate a bunch of water, just get it up into the air. But there's like a river that flows around this planet that's in the air.
Right.
It is like literally tons and tons and tons of water that's just constantly flowing. You have two major feeds of that. It's the Congo and then the Amazon. They're in very hot areas, so it wouldn't take a whole lot more to make it conducive to massive evaporation, feeding a cell. And then you can control the cell by putting the heat wherever direction you need to make it suck up drafts or create down drafts. Because wherever air leaves, like because it's rising because of heat, cold air is coming in.
So that movie, what is it, Geostorm?
Yeah,
where it's the government, has this thing around the earth and they manipulate the weather, like that's real. That's what you're saying.
To an extent, that in that movie, it was taken to a bit of a ridiculous extreme.
Okay.
But there's more to it. In the past few years, you remember the Lahaina fires?
Yeah.
You remember the Maui blue bit about how some things that were blue just didn't burn? You'd have a car in the middle of the street that wasn't burned, and 2,000 cars around it that were, and it'd be blue. The thinking behind that was that it was a directed energy weapon that was utilized to intensify the fires invisibly, and that the reason the blue things didn't burn was because it was of a certain wavelength that had less effect on blue things for whatever reason. Curious Squirrel says it's sapphire laser. Yeah, they know more about it than I do. I've just read a whole bunch of stuff on online about people spurting out about it. And I mean, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying, it's I'm putting on a tinfoil hat for this one.
Right.
Well, another thought I have too is the fact
What's
that
up, Midlife? What's up, babe?
the fact that they have
Sorry.
the fact that they have more than one country that has these harps, if you will. It's kind of like staged around. It's like, if you were going to put gun towers to guard something, that's why you would have them everywhere. That's another thought that I've had into it. Because like I said, on a research basis, it's like in outer space. If you believe in such, they all work together in outer space. They all work together in Antarctica or whatever. So what's to say they wouldn't work together in other things as well?
Right. Izzy.
All right, so along with the directed energy weapon concept, high altitude radio research platforms, and cloud seeding, there are a handful of other doohickeys, which the directed energy weapons do lend into this, because the thought process I'm hearing from the Reddit trolls are that they are basically targeting the ocean ahead of the hurricane in order to create a likely path that it takes. I am waiting to see what happens as it gets closer to Florida, because if that's the case, as soon as that thing comes on land, it's going to hang a left and go due north, because I don't think they're going to be willing to do that thing.
Got you.
Right? They'll lose control of it right there. It's supposed to break up, but let's all think back to Andrew. There was a big to-do made about it making landfall in Florida, and how once it made landfall, everything would be fine. And instead, that motivator came straight across Florida, hung a right, went right up almost an identical path of Helene, and then went back out into the freaking Atlantic. That sucker was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. And it tore shit up religiously, bro. Like biblically. That was an amazing storm. We just caught the very edge of that one, but it did some major damage across Florida. Major damage. Right now, actually 12 hours from now, we're going to start catching Florida evacuees, and I don't know where they're going to go. All the hotels here are full of immigrants and people who live here. You can't go too far west here, because you run into the they probably got some of that open by now, but yeah, it's nightmare. It's nightmare. Where are they going to go? They're going to have to go to Arkansas. They're going to have to make it to like freaking Kansas and at least western Mississippi, because Alabama.
Right. Well, and more of them are coming this time than Helen, right?
Yes. Well, Helene didn't actually induce a mandatory evacuation from Florida. It induced a mandatory evacuation along the coastlines, and that was just Panhandle in South Georgia, a little bit of South Alabama. Most of it wasn't mandatory either. They didn't go door to door and kick everybody out, which is what I understand is currently taking place in South Florida. They are evacuating the entire freaking state, as far as I can tell. And I'm utterly astounded. Hello, Izzy Sky. Welcome to my channel. I appreciate you approaching me with caution.
It is. I saw pictures of the highway, and it's that soon.
Make it work. Is this how you make them?
Yeah, that's pretty good, bro. You're safe now. Congratulations. You don't have to worry about any of those things that it protects you from. I have no idea what. I was listening to some real serious conspiracy theories one night. And I was like, nope, I'm done. I need protection. And I just reached over and wrapped my head in it, made me a tinfoil hat, and that's been sitting right here next to my desk ever since. And I want to make me a tricorn one.
Yeah, that's what I want to make. That one there is I keep in my toolbox, like trash aluminum foil. Yeah, we get the floor, I want to use it.
Kareem, this is the Caucasian Sasquatch channel. You're on AJOT. She's streaming this currently, and that is not a black man. That is a Sasquatch, and he looks a little pale to me to be accused of such things. How dare you, sir? All right.
I missed something.
Yeah, now dude asked if that was an African American man at the top of his screen. And I was like, no, it's a Sasquatch, and a quite pale one at that.
Demolished. It's really hard to comprehend. So this work that these people are doing here is absolutely vital.
We heard the president a moment ago talk about the unaccounted for, and he seemed to indicate that the good news was that number is less than we had originally thought. What are you hearing there on the ground about people who are not only cut off from resources, but who are missing?
Well, it's hard to say because there's devastated pockets in all around this region. And you talk to one person, they say one thing. You talk to another person. One of our producers spoke to a woman yesterday. She says in the stretch by her home where the river just plowed over everything, she says the officials there are saying that there could be upwards of 100 missing people. You know, I talked to a gentleman here yesterday. He said he was on a mission out of here.
When they hate
viewers, but he saw some deceased, and he really didn't want to talk about it. So there's also that going on.
And a lot of volunteers on the ground doing the good work and putting their own lives at risk to help those in need. Rich, thank you for the update. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
All right. So, wait, which one is this? Blue Ridge Rails. That's, yeah. Okay. This is not the long. I have a really long one of a guy who did like a time lapse of the whole thing, and I don't know if we're going to get to it, but I've also got the prop wash video coming up here directly, so we'll get into that. So, Redneck Air Force and the Cajun Navy. How about that? Tell me this: why is it that the Cajun Navy was created? Was due to lack of federal capability in rescuing people. And why is the Redneck Air Force a necessity? Oh, it's because of lack of federal capability in saving people. I'm
sorry.
They're not, that's not what they're here to do. They're here to count bodies, baby. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of the other night at freaking the Cajun Navy.
What's up, Anarchy? You're welcome.
Where did that Anarchy? There he is.
Right there.
Yeet. I think most of this is just music over, but it just shows the aftermath, like for the most part, from the air. And this is a lot of the type of footage that they're not really letting get out until after some of the FEMA folks have been through to okay it, so to speak. I mean, this is...
Yeah, that was that town. Guy did a walkthrough on the video, and he walked all the way through the town. It's a real small town because it took him like 15 minutes, his whole video was. And it showed it like half the town. Like you see that part where the river is, it's like gone. There used to be a lot more buildings on the other side. There used to be like face to face all the way down through there. And it's gone.
Yep. And I mean, some of these towns only have one road to go to them. You can only go in turn around and come out. There's nowhere else to go. It's just a valley, you know.
It's 3 to 4 inches of mud on whatever is out there, whether it's road or not.
And when that stuff dries, it dries like concrete.
Looks like red clay to me. The sad part is I probably got a whole lot of family that still lives up in those mountains.
You know, Khadija, I'm not going to highlight that on the general premise that I have no idea what it says, but it's nothing personal. Yeah, no, Curious Squirrel is really hard in the paint on that type of stuff. But I mean, we got to have those people. We have to have those people, or else they'll get away with it. Does that make sense? Okay, hold up. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure this entire video is just background music with footage.
What's up, freaking?
What's up, freaking? Welcome to the show, bro. All right, we're going to show that one because there's no actual words in it for the most part.
Yeah,
so welcome.
There's footage of the train cars with the axles. You know how thick those steel are? They've been tossed around like toys.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that water was.
That train track used to be on top of that gravel bed there. Like, it's not only not up there anymore, but it's 40 feet away from the bank. That's just wild.
Yeah, but that one guy, he's got like video of, you can see the whole, the axle's been snatched off of the train car. It's laying in one place and the train car's laying over on its side and it's like 5 foot of mud in front of it. It's just horrendous the amount of force that water was pushing.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Out there where my baby mama lived, when I was coming back from up there, there's a spot on that dirt road. I don't know, I guess it's about a half mile down the road, but it goes down into this deep valley and the water level was 25 foot deep on a creek that's usually ankle deep. 25 foot. I stopped at the top before we went off where it scoured all the road away. And I was like, wow, it didn't do enough damage to call it closed, at least not for a 4-wheel drive. I wouldn't want to try to drive a car through there. It's very unlikely you'll make it.
A lot of people don't realize that, you know, you see that stuff in the movies where it shows all the country folks living up in the mountains.
That's a bridge. Hold up. Hold on. That right there on screen are the segments of a bridge upside down, just hanging out.
Yeah,
did y'all see the video of the whole house floating down the river?
The one that got plowed under the bridge? Yeah.
Yeah.
There was one that had a factory building floating down the river.
Mm.
It hit a tree or something, it hit a bridge and got sucked under it.
Yep.
Crunched it like a aluminum can in your hand.
I mean, there's no measuring the power involved in these things. And the worst part is there's no controlling it.
It's like half of those buildings have been ripped off.
Yeah. Freaking amazing, dude.
Like I was saying, once you get up into the mountainous areas where you start hitting mountain, there's like dirt roads that ain't never been paved. I know for a fact, my family, there'd be like 3 trailers full of families up through there in like a mile area where they just made their own road. They ain't never been paved. It's not like a state-owned road or something like that. There's lots of those up there. One you imagine. And every one of them roads would have been turned into a river.
Yup. And that was another thing I was pointing out. Like, one of the things we're running into around here, people who aren't really registered, who have just drug that own 2 acres of property out in the middle of nowhere, and they've just dragged a road in there and drug their camper in there and just lived there with their wife and 2 dogs. We may never find these people. You know, they don't have an address. They go to the town. They go to the nearest town to the post office box, pick up their stuff.
Yeah.
So like the place I was out today, isn't quite that bad, but it's attached to roads that are that very thing. There's one place over here that's about 250 acres, and it's about 5 acres deep in what's called a what was it, a Revolutionary War tract, one of those huge tracts of lands they gave to the commanders of the Revolutionary War. He inherited or purchased or managed to get a hold of some of it, but somehow he got it on the back side of it, on the non-developed side of it, and cut his own driveway in through there. I have no idea about that guy, and I can't get close enough to that area to check. But I rode by the road that goes to the road that he made, and the bridge is out on this end, so he might be able to get to Dublin. I don't know.
You know that show they got on, I think it's the History Channel, or it might be some Discovery Channel or something. It's Mountain Men with Eustace. Wonder how Eustace made out.
Right. I mean, some people just don't need much. Yeah, I lived out in the area where it took about 30 minutes to get to town, and that's assuming all the bridges were still standing.
Box cars?
Yeah, no, those are tractor trailers. Two of them piggybacking on each other. That's half a cotton house. Wow.
That's after it's receded. Imagine the water all the way up. Because they showed
Yeah, no, I was looking. The line,
10, 15 feet.
the top line seems to go up to right about there. So we're talking second floors. Good Lord.
10, 15 feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I live on top of the hill. There's a caboose laying on its side right there. Did you see that? Right here. Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Right there. That is the caboose of a train, and it has no wheel.
That's the one I was telling you about right there. You can see it's got the wheels, the axle are right there in front of it laying down, and it's laying on its side.
That's 12, 14 inches of mud packed up on the side of it.
Right there where all that open land is beside the river, that used to be a train depot right there.
Right, right. Wow.
And they've cleaned it up a lot since then. That's the one I seen. They had some of the roads showing. They got backhoes and front end loaders there.
Taylor Sellers, welcome in. As far as I can tell, there is no access to Boone from the ground. They're trying to set up a what do you call it, where you run a rope across the river and drag stuff across. It's like a ferry. But it's not where the road used to be because it's not safe to do it there, from what I understand. Although I'm getting all of this information like third hand from people who have walked out of there pretty much. I was really hoping to get in touch with M tonight. We had actually kind of talked about doing this, and then her email stopped receiving emails. So I don't know.
Joko?
What's up, Joko? Welcome in. Death Pilot? Dude, all right, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen,
houses all right there. Right there on
we have our participation trophy of the night. Death Pilot is definitely getting the trophy for the participation trophy. So a round of applause for our participation trophy winner. Thank you. Golf clap. Disband FEMA. Dude, I think FEMA is just the beginning, bro. There's an awful lot of stuff we need to just get rid of. I hadn't even considered the concept of getting rid of agencies until a carnal conservative mentioned getting rid of the Department of Education. And he asked me, he said, what did the Department of Education do that's beneficial? I said, well, they standardize all the tests and everything. He's like, that's not what they do. I said, what do you mean? He's like, actually, they micromanage every single classroom. They tell every single teacher what they can and cannot teach. The teacher draws up their what do you call it? Lesson plan from allowed material, and are not allowed to teach anything outside of that. And I'm like, Oh, so they're basically indoctrination camps. Yeah, let's get rid of them folks. We don't need them. But return that to the states. EPA, return that to the states.
Don't need
I don't know why I
federal.
keep pausing it.
They don't need federal shit for that because the federal, it's just one spot, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Washington, D.C. The different terrains, like all the way from Hawaii to California up to the upper north.
Yeah, Taylor, I know. I got cousins up there, man. I got a huge family. My family is all through them mountains. And when I mentioned that I would like to kind of know what was going on, not one of them were willing to speak publicly, but they were willing to tell me, like, so a lot of them work search and rescue. They fly helicopters. They do airplanes. They've got big, huge, enormous trucks. One guy actually operates this weird rock crawler thing that he uses for body recovery in various places that you cannot drive to. And I don't know how to explain what this thing is. It's a homemade rock crawling boat. For lack of a better.
So look at Gavin Moore comment. I mean, hit the link. Come in, tell us about it. Come talk about it. Like,
Yeah,
if
tell
you
us.
do work for
That's the thing.
FEMA, I mean, let's
told
hear it.
nothing. So, you want to come up and have the say, man. Read it. It's for relief workers, panel, and survivors. I am a survivor. These folks here are willing to sit here and look dumb with me because I don't know. I'm here in the middle of all this trash and I have no fucking clue what you're doing. I haven't seen a single one of you people. You can call it misinformation if you want to. It's the only information I've got. So if you've got better information, feel free to join and let us know something, bro. I am here. Where are you? Get in your helicopter and do something useful. Right? You can do something other than pull bodies out, I'm sure. I don't want to be aggressive, dude, but you're coming at me kind of sideways and I'm not digging it. I'm here wanting people to exchange information. You seem to claim to have information, and yet you're just saying that, no, you're all wrong. There's no information. I'm not going to attack you, bro.
Queen Bird is right on. The one above it.
Yeah. I'll get to you second, Gavin. Gavin, it's not about the concept of FEMA. It's about the way it's being executed at the moment. I'm scared to tell people that work, but you don't have to come up on cam and you can change your avatar. Okay. We'll get back to that video in just a second. I don't have a voice changer for you, but you could probably toss an accent in there. I just want information. That's all it is. I have family members calling me and they're telling me same thing you just said. They're scared to talk on camera because of what might happen. And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. I'm like, what kind of weird stuff? Like, they don't want us to bring out survivors. They're telling us to leave them in place so that the officials can get there and officially count them. So instead, they're having to pack in supplies into some of these, not exactly communities, but like family compounds and whatnot, because there's a lot of people up in those boroughs that are just not on the map, bro. They're not there. FEMA won't see them because they're not part of the census.
Yeah, like I was talking about my uncle. He owns so much land on that mountain. He's got his whole family there. He's got like 5 to 10 kids that got families living there. And by now, like I said, it might be as many as 5 or 10 trailers up in there. When I was there, it was like 3. But we're talking about I was 8 years old last time I was up there. And I'm 54. So they might have paved it, but I doubt it.
No, Tim, we cut our way out. We could go out anywhere we want here. The only places they're really having troubles are places where infrastructure was damaged beyond repair for the immediacy. I don't care if the government ever shows up. Hold on. I got to finish this thought. I don't care if the government ever shows up. To be quite honest, there's an awful lot of people in the Appalachian area that didn't have a whole lot of trust for the government to start with, and I don't think this is helping them along, brother. Go ahead, brother. Well, that's kind of part of the problem. There's so much more to FEMA that nobody gets. No one gets it because, as far as we can tell, it goes elsewhere. This is one of the greatest disasters the Southeast has seen in the past 20 years. That specific area in the past 123 years. And yet again, where are you? Where you at? I haven't seen you. The only thing I see are those freaking Chinooks flying over. That is it. Now, I'm not in a bad position. There are people in this county that are still trying to cut their way out of where they're at. It's been 2 weeks, bruh. We have linemen here from Kansas City. We got linemen from Rhode Island. We got linemen from all the way west of freaking East Texas. Don't see FEMA. Where they at? What up, Stormcrow? Hit the link, baby. You can just scream at me all you want. It'll be great. I don't know. I'm not saying it is, it ain't, or nothing. I got a tinfoil hat over here just in case it gets too deep. But I am saying that saying you work for FEMA could possibly get you a black mark in some channels. I'm not going to hit you. Oh, and this is very serious because people believe anything that man says. All right, that might get you hit because I just don't really care about the political thing. I haven't said a single political thing this entire time, and you just turned it political. Just stop that right off the top. This is not a political discussion. We are talking about the difference between the federal, state, and local reactions to this disaster. As far as I've been able to determine, and from what the people on the ground are telling me, there has been little or no federal insertion into the active disaster area. Hold up, Queen. Not so quick. He hasn't broken the thing yet. We still talking.
What are you talking about? I just timed him out for a minute. I just gave him a warning.
Calm down. We're not trying to do that. I'm just saying it's not political. If you try to make it political, that I don't have any patience for. I'm not having a political discussion here. Let's see what we got over here. What's up, Truism? Change your avatar for a second. Just blink it. There you go. That'll do. Now speak.
Yo, what's good?
What up, baby?
Man, look, first off, I'm glad that you're doing all right. You and the family's doing good. Yeah, I heard about a lot of stuff. Yo, we got to talk about, and I'm glad that you're here. We have to talk about this new insurgent of nibbers just doing a victory lap over the fact that the places that got flooded out in North Carolina and everything else were called sundown towns.
Yeah, that's another political point, and we're not going to dig into that too much tonight. Although I am aware of the TikToks you're talking about.
Yes, so we definitely got to talk because that's.
We can jump into that double deep on your channel, and I'll do the token white guy thing all the way through.
But I'm glad you're doing all right. I'm hoping everybody else who's on here as well. Hoping that
as far as I can tell,
your family doing well.
We're fine. My pop's place is fine. My sister's place is fine. Most of my extended family's fine that are willing to talk to me at least. Right now, I've got cousins that are packing their way up and down the freaking mountains in Appalachia up there in North Carolina, and they only pop surface every 5 days or so. So I ain't heard from them in 5 or 6 days. I'm waiting to hear from 1 or 2 of those. I was kind of hoping they might pop up tonight because when they do come out, they come out to hotel rooms where they have full internet access. And
sweet.
Like I said, they're saying they don't want to do anything live enough, anything capable of telling people who they are. Right. There are potential lithium mines in that area. Not cobalt, freaking quartz is another real big one.
Yeah, it's big up in Tennessee too.
Salute a Bigfoot thing and AJOT. Salute to you too, post.
AJOT, that's American Justice Texas. If you haven't met Truism the Storm Crow, may I introduce my nibba? I don't know how else to explain it, man. You need to go check out one of his shows because it's hilarious.
The Daggerverse is ever expanding and always interesting to explore.
I said potential, bro.
Yeah.
There aren't any lithium mines, but potential is there. There's no reason to believe there isn't lithium there. All the other ingredients are around. What was that?
I was going to say, like, I was going to say that, like, I've seen like TikTok just say that there's like lithium mines down there and a whole bunch of other stuff that's going on down there, and it's like there's a lot of tinfoil hat conspiracy things that I've seen, and I'm like, but then I'm kind of like, but I'm like, so I don't know. I'm not from that area.
There's actually news ads on Google. You can go Google about the United States giving or purchasing $92 million worth of lithium.
Oof.
So,
and I think, wow. Holy mackerel. That was a landslide. That's not just water. That's a full-on landslide right there. Holy smack.
That's crazy.
I mean, what do you do? Homie was standing on the edge of his porch. All of a sudden, the mountain came by.
See, the thing about it, where I live at, like, I'm like on the top of like a foothill to like mountains and stuff like that. So like the water goes down on like either side of me.
Right.
So it's not like it would have to do like some serious. We're in the mountains anyway, but it would have to do like some serious flooding, like all the way down to get up to the point where it touched me. And even if it does, then it would just start flowing back down the other side. Like I'm like right at the apex of that.
Right. I'm on the highest spot in my county, and my county is a swampy area in the first place. So
Lord,
in order to flood this place,
yeah,
man, it's going to have to flood half the southeast before it gets up to my house. But local flooding can take place if the storm drainage system were to default, but it would only be like 6 inches or 8 inches, and after that, it'd run off into something.
Doggone, that is sad. Is that somebody's barbecue grill? What was that?
Yeah, like it's a whole stack of cars leaving currently.
See,
there's a bridge.
Yeah, see, because like stuff like this, I don't like we don't go no driving because like we have like some towns that are like where I'm at, that are kind of like close to like the quote unquote Delaware River or whatever. And if it starts flooding and stuff, like we don't even go nowhere near on those days when it's raining excessively like that, just for that particular reason.
Well, right here we have a. Oh, hold up, that's funny. Hold it back. That's not funny. There's nothing funny here, but that is still kind of humorous. That's a generator. It's a solar generator box.
That's fucked.
It's kind of fucked up.
That is fucked. Wow.
I mean, that's more than a little fucked up. And they're just going to hang out. I'm sorry. I think I might be on a roof. I'd be on a roof.
Yeah,
I'd be in a community.
They're sitting there talking about what they're going to do. They're making the decision right then.
Ardent Party, welcome to the party. We've got the Mad Catter has joined the chat. That's awesome. And Joker, good to see you, bud. Appreciate you coming through.
Say King Mountain, North Carolina is an old lithium mine. Interesting. Huh. That is crazy.
It is. It just keeps going on. Every few days, another group of people come walking out of that mountain with another group of survival stories that are absolutely epic.
Damn.
Yeah, there goes somebody's house.
Like I said, yeah, that is a house.
Going by.
Goodbye house.
There's one of a building doing the same thing. It's like a warehouse building or something. It's like 4 times as big as that house.
Damn.
Hits a bridge, it gets sucked under into all the hell.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Man. I feel sorry for those people. That's crazy.
That's
casket riding waves.
That is, oh Lord, that's somebody. Oof. That's somebody loved one that just completely just washed out to wherever.
Well, El Perro and Joker are in lockstep with each other about what the plan is here. I know that there's a full exodus taking place in Florida right now, and I hope they're not planning on stopping in Georgia because most of everything here is full. All the hotels are already rented up ad infinitum. Because I mean, I know of let's see, okay. Here's a good example. I was at the Waffle House the other day, and this guy come in, and he's from out of town, and he hunts up here. And he come in and he was mad. Oh, he was spitting mad. He was so angry because a tree had fallen on his camper, and his camper was parked up in some of the best hunting area in Georgia as far as he's concerned. And he's going to have to replace his camper. And I said, hey, bud, can I point out something? He's like, what? What are you going to say? And I looked at the guy behind me. I said, how'd you fare? It's like, ripped off the back half of my house and lost my truck. Tree fell on it. I pointed at the next guy. How about you? I still haven't found my daughter. She went off to Milledgeville the night before, and we just haven't been able to get in touch with her. Turns out she's all right, by the way. Found that out later. The chick behind her said that her entire roof was ripped off her house, and she had to move back in with her son. And he sat there and blinked at me. I said, you still gonna complain, bud? He's like, that's fucked up. That's real fucked up. And the guy behind me looked at him and said, this is going to be the first hot meal I've had in 4 days. And I stepped out of the way. It was like, y'all go ahead. And he stood there and blinked at the chick behind the counter for a second. And they came over and sat down with me, and we talked about it for a little while. What's up, Duke City crew? Dookie!
Hey.
Freaking amazing.
It's another house building.
Did we order this car to go? Because there it goes.
Should we order this car to go?
It's like a house and a shed.
Wow. It just keeps going
on. Something I was going to say, but take this with a grain of thought. People looking for places to go. Anybody who's out there listening want to spread the word. This is the off season for like places like Carolina Beach and Nags Head, places like that. So they probably got vacancies.
Well, that was one of the issues I was bringing up about where are they going to go. They can hit I-10 and head west. I think I-10 is open now. That would be my advice to anybody coming out of Florida. If you try to go north from here, I don't know how far you're going to make it, bro. Half those anywhere near those mountains is mostly shut down to interior traffic. So you're going to have to take the coastal roads, and we're talking 17 or 117, and that's a 2-lane highway from here to like New York or something. And I'm not sure it's open. I don't know that it's open. I suggest you go I-10, take a left, head that way. I would skip I-20 because
okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, good. I would skip I-20 even though it goes the same direction, because you'd have to go right by Conyers and that chemical fire over there. I'd skip it. I'd take I-10.
Hello, Rada.
Also, coincidentally, I-10 keeps y'all from getting anywhere near my house.
I'm back. Somewhere. See, look, Duke City. Right there. Highlight his comment.
Anywhere? I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing right there, bro. That's what my cousins are telling me from up yonder. I got cousins all over Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, all those places. And
oh, I miss C4. C4, hello.
What is going on, someone somewhere? This is I mean, I've never seen anything like this. I mean, even comparing this to Katrina doesn't really work. The numbers are similar, but the terrain is totally different. When Katrina washed out, you get in a boat, you go over there, you know. A boat, just go over there. You try that shit here, you're getting washed out to sea.
Damn.
And you notice I haven't promoted any particular donation, anything throughout this entire stream, and I'm not going to. And that's because there are bad actors in every environment. And especially when people are in trouble and they think they can pretend to help and get money, you will have people that will put up fake GoFundMe's, fake everything. And so rather than trying to do the due diligence myself and getting caught up by making a mistake, it is your responsibility to do the research, to donate to a reputable source, a reputable location. And looking at how Gavin responded when he came in, I'm not sure FEMA's the answer.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, you definitely have a point.
Because all he wanted to do was make it a political question. You know, he was towing the blue line. So no, I mean, we're not. Have I mentioned? And we're not doing politics. That's not what this is about. This is about people telling their own stories. Hey, Truism, have you ever been involved in any type of a hurricane?
A couple of times, but it wasn't to the extent where it really affected too much of the house. Like it was enough where stuff got knocked down. Like even up here, we had like a pretty bad storm, and it crushed one of my composters. Thankfully, now we had another storm where it did hit the part of my house, and it came this close to crushing my generator. Like really, like it split right the difference right between my generator and my outdoor unit for my split level. Like right between. Whew, tell me God ain't good. But other than that, it wasn't really anything really all that serious and deep. But we do get some pretty good storms up here.
Well, every year, and at least where I'm at in Georgia, typically the way I explain to people is we're just far enough away from both coasts that we have to worry about hurricanes from both directions. But we're far enough away, they generally break up pretty good before they get here. This one didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't at all.
Yeah.
So that's strange.
I'm 10 minutes.
I don't think that.
Exactly, Queen Bird. I mean, he sure was gone. It was just a minute. If he really wanted to voice his, even in chat, you know what I mean, voice what he had to say, he would have stuck around, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I invited him to, but yeah.
No, I know, but I'm saying even if he didn't want to come up here and he just wanted to stay in chat, like if somebody's going to come in here and truly mean that and try to defend FEMA, you know what I mean? They would have stuck it out and been like, okay, don't talk about Trump. We're talking about FEMA kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. And I agree with you on that point. It's not worth
because right now nobody's doing anything except for the people. The people.
Yeah.
We the people.
Was we talking about FEMA at that time or something? Had we slammed FEMA or something? Because I don't remember that.
All I've said is that I live here. The eye wall went right over the top of my house. That hurricane flattened my entire county, and I have not seen a single FEMA anything anywhere. Now, I don't want them here. We don't need them here. We're doing just fine in comparison to North Carolina. By all means, go do that.
Right.
Go do that. But it's still, there's a dearth of information. And if he has information, I'm willing to listen to it. If it's bullshit information, like don't vote for Trump because I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that's not.
That's just political.
Ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Nothing at all.
Except all of them are not doing nothing.
True.
Hold on. Let me run this one by you. So there were two events planned for the week that hurricane came through. One of them was a Kamala Harris thing. I think it was either South Carolina or West Georgia, East Georgia somewhere, Augusta or something like that. I don't remember. It never happened. The other one was Trump was supposed to speak at a factory in Valdosta. He stopped at some point and made a tweet that he was hoping to make it. He was probably going to be late because they were having to open the roads as he went along. And folks from the community showed up and cleared the way. He was about 2 hours late. And he did his rally there anyway. When he got there, as I understand it, I don't have the video. This was what I was told. He got out, looked around, and was like, "This is no good. We need bathrooms. We need water. We need food. We need stuff for these people to do." And folks that heard him say that turned and walked away and called people. And within a couple of hours, all that shit was there, and he did his rally.
Now that's awesome.
Now, when it comes to politics, and this is not a political thing, if you give me the choice between someone who turned tail and run because it was going to be difficult versus someone who said, man, that really sucks, I really wish I could do it, and things happened, whether he's full of shit or not, that is a major stepping stone to gaining my support.
Yeah.
To coin a phrase, that's baller.
Balling.
Baller. Baller. Balling.
Absolutely. But just the suggestion that, hey, we need some stuff and it shows up. And I'm not saying he spent money on it. I'm not saying he paid for it. I'm not saying none of that. I'm saying it happened. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It's happened. Valdosta flattened.
Not to get political or anything, but all I can say is that, like, well, you don't have to look at the things that people are doing good. If they're doing good, you'll see it.
There you go.
Facts. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I got a friend of mine lives a little bit outside of town here, and her family owns a big old huge plot of pecan trees. What's up, Cynthia? I sent you a link. I think I tried to. I don't know if everybody got their emails. And she lost 83% of her pecan trees.
Wow.
For some weird reason, she's got oak trees all the way around that field. None of the oak trees fell. All of the most of the pecan trees came down. And that's a regular thing between here and Thompson. Most of the trees that were laying on the road were pecan trees.
Are they still holding a pecan?
That's interesting.
Pecans around here, man. Pecans are what we do for like Christmas money.
I mean, when did they drop? When did the pecans drop?
Just before Christmas. We're getting into pecan season, but it's too early.
They were loaded. That's why.
They're loaded, but not ripe.
I wouldn't mind having a couple of pecan trees.
They're real hard, real dense.
I'll tell you what they do around here, bro. Do what?
I said I love pecans.
Yeah.
They're about a third the size of an apple, and that was probably why they came down, because of that weight, and that wind.
That actually makes a lot more sense than anything else I've heard. But these have all been tipped up by the roots. Yeah, pecans apparently have shallower roots than oak trees, I would guess, because you can have identical trees side by side, and the pecan goes down, the oak tree stands.
Jeez.
Yeah. Around here, people with a little bit of land, when they have a child born, they'll plant 10 acres of pecans. And when that child turns 18, they get to utilize that 10 acres as their revenue. Sort of, kind of. I mean, it's just revenue. Grandparents quite often do 20 acres. And when that child becomes an adult, they're able to utilize the revenue from those pecans yearly. And usually there's somebody in the family that runs the collection business. Right? So everybody just receives a check.
Smart.
What did I just lose? You heard that, right? Somebody pop in and gone?
I had not, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Then again, I was chewing on this this beef jerky my wife got me yesterday.
I hear you, boo.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, right here. This is the Biltmore Village in Asheville. M's Mad World lives like 500 yards that way, like over there. She lives on the next little ridge, just over the hill. If it's flooding here, it flooded there.
Damn.
But she's fine, apparently. Pissed. She is very angry. She couldn't tell me exactly why she was angry. She says when she gets full internet, she'll tell everybody, but she ain't there yet.
God willing, she'll be all right.
That building looked like it was off its foundation, not floating away.
Okay, so here's another one of those points. This is a gas station. So all of those people you see sitting in the floodwaters are sitting in like a layer of diesel and gasoline. And at this point, decomposition and body rot.
Oh yeah. What is that? What can you catch from that? I forgot what the name of it is.
Do what?
What is that disease you can catch from that? I forgot what it is.
Oh man, there's all kinds of craziness you can get from
Lord
water.
have mercy.
Impetigo, you can get
I mean, you can get that from anywhere. I'm talking about this one specific dead bodies.
sepsis, toxo.
Toxoplasmosis.
Yeah,
What you looking for?
Like a five
Ain't that what the cats have?
Yeah.
Yeah, that make people love cats or something. I don't remember. Hold up. All right. Damn it.
I think it's still
Right. There. This is Asheville. Off over here is where M is.
So
On
it
that side of
devastates North Carolina, Tennessee, and what else?
hold on. And more.
Sheesh.
Florida, Georgia.
Yeah, it fucked us up real good. Like really, real good.
Yeah, we had 20 inches in a week, like 2 weeks before this shit hit. So the ground was saturated. When it hit
Yes, sir.
Carolina Beach, it came so fast. They didn't have time to turn the pumps on and drain the little paddle boat lake. Like 6 to 8 acres in Carolina Beach. It caused that whole area to flood. I'm gonna say at least 30% of Carolina Beach was flooded. Yeah, and that's a pretty big chunk. And we're right on the beach, so it's like, it's hard for it to flood to start with because you got the ocean right there. But when it comes down 20 inches in like 12
Yes.
hours,
Yes, sir.
as opposed to a week, that's a huge fucking difference.
It is an amazing thing.
Carolina Beach got 20 inches.
Irene. The Irene was the name of the hurricane that was blowing around when I went on my honeymoon. My wife found a megalodon tooth so big it would fit between her hands, man. Massive. It's excellent.
That's a hell of a souvenir to take back.
Yeah, that is another tidbit of information. It's a good time to go look for shit on the beach after a terrible
It is.
storm.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Just be careful what you find.
Yeah.
That's why I don't want to go fishing. I'm dying to go fishing, but I can't go fishing where I go fishing because it's Cape Fear.
Thanks.
I pulled in lawn chairs and shit fishing. I don't want to pull in nothing else.
Right.
That fucked me up, man.
El Perro, thought you was gonna come heckle bus us. I've got the I think I used some salty cracker footage for this one. But the prop wash video is coming up in a bit. No, Ardent Party. I would wait until the river's down to go magnet fishing, bro. You don't want to chunk a magnet out in this stuff. You might catch a car and it'll just snatch you off the bridge, bro.
Wow.
Don't do that. Do not do that.
Yeah.
Common water-related illnesses, diarrhea, giardiasis, dysentery, typhoid, E. coli, salmonellosis. Right?
Oh, yeah. It's more cool.
All right. So, come on, function. I'm going to turn on the sound for this one. So, for the next couple of minutes at least, it's going to be Salty Cracker just ranting. If you're familiar with that channel.
So.
Look at that. Look what they did. Look what they did. Look what that helicopter did. Ah, come on. Oh my gosh.
Well, they're telling you
Weather
That ain't
weapons
the
don't.
one I seen is directly
Weather
over
weapons
it.
don't.
Give it a second. That's a different angle.
Yeah. You can hit it
I'm
with a
gonna,
rock.
yeah, I'm gonna let Salty Cracker discuss the weather weapons because he makes me laugh.
Ooh, yeah.
Weather weapons don't exist. The people who totally for cereals would never steal an election with a bioweapon are telling you they would definitely for cereals never steal an election with a weather weapon. Because again, they don't exist, even though we're watching Hurricane Milton now turning into a category 1 billion 160 mile per hour major hurricane category 5. Unbelievable intensification over the last few hours as it swings right for Florida, right into Florida. Every single red area is getting hit with monkeypox, bird flu, hurricanes, and FEMA trying to kill everybody, by the way. What a weird thing. By the way, they acknowledge that weather weapons exist, but nobody would use them, okay, because there is a bilateral rainbow weather modification pact. Yeah, everybody always follows those, man. There's a NATO treaty. Yeah, okay, is China part of NATO? What we're supposed to believe this? Here's what AI will tell you. Weather weapons are a type of weather modification that can be used as a military tactic and cause damage or harm an enemy. Yeah, we've done this before. We've used weather modification to kill people. But the United Nations banned the use of weather weapons in 1977, and everybody knows those things will be totally for cereals, definitely adhered to, because everybody's on the same NATO. And NATO don't listen to NATO rules.
Well, I mean, in their defense, it's not a war crime until Canada does it. So there's that.
Fool. So they want to have it both ways. They want to tell you that weather weapons don't exist. Weather weapons do exist.
I want to use this. Do you see this hurricane right here?
Yowza, that's a big ass eye.
Yeah, no, this is a category 5. Yeah. The funny thing about hurricanes is as they become more intense, they typically get more organized as well, right? Mm-hmm. What the fuck is this? What is that?
Looks like a hot spot in front of it.
Why is there a hot spot in front of it? Why?
It's almost like two hurricanes.
You know what direction that hurricane's going to go? It's going to go straight to that hot spot. It almost looks like it's trying to make another hurricane.
So you think something's guiding it with the hot spots?
How? Is that directed energy laser? Are we talking about HARP? Are we talking about orbital facilities? Like, what the fuck is going on, man? Oof. Here, hold on.
Yeah, oof. Yeah, you're time for that tinfoil fitted.
Yeah, like, what is going on? That's not normal. Nowhere is that normal. That's not normal.
Everybody's going to respect NATO. Yeah, NATO's going to use it. That's stupid. Yeah, no. We've got scumbags in our government using weather weapons against us. Globalists using weather weapons against us.
What's up, bounty hunting bear?
Because they're all telling you this, by the way, right now. They're all saying that Margaret Taylor Greene is an anti-Semitic racist for bringing up weather weapons right now as Republicans get hammered in all of these swing states. So prepare for more hurricanes. And if hurricanes weren't a big enough problem out there, you got to worry about the government trying to kill you. Government helicopters trying to kill you or get you killed during an event. Make sure that you've got yourself a medical emergency kit. Go to twc.health and grab up.
We're going to skip his ad because I'm not so 100% certain about them folks. You know, it's not my bag is what I'm saying.
Get killed by a hurricane. And then you got rescue helicopters.
Okay, what kind of helicopter is this, fellas?
Here comes Steve.
Anybody out there that can identify that little bitty bastard on my screen? I don't know. Maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. Nope.
I'm zooming in now.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty small. I'm sorry.
It's like maybe like a news chopper or something. It's pretty
Well,
small.
let's see what it do.
FEMA.
No,
In
that's
the
it.
helicopter. No, that's not a FEMA helicopter. That unmarked helicopter right there, that black unmarked helicopter, is not a FEMA helicopter. No. This helicopter is going to hover over a rescue organization full of volunteers with food and supplies and medical emergency kits, so they can get these out to the people in North Carolina. And this helicopter is going to prop wash them. Yep.
You know, this is a word for it.
It's a government helicopter. Well, I don't actually know if it's a government helicopter.
Do what?
I said, you know, this is a word for it.
Oh yeah, no. Prop wash is used anytime there's any type of a military insertion or exfil. Prop wash is utilized to clear the immediate locale of anything that can be cleared. So like a picnic table, a group of children, IEDs if they're in small enough packages, you know, people that might be wearing.
This is recorded hypothetically on Call of Duty.
Yeah, theoretically in Minecraft. Allegedly.
Helicopter, but it's an unmarked helicopter. You go fly an unmarked helicopter around and see if you get away with it.
What's up, Gary?
It's not going to happen. No. The only people who are going to be flying around unmarked helicopters is going to be the government. And here's the helpful government. This afternoon, unmarked military-style helo flies into local distribution area and rotor washes and destroys supplies. This is incredible video.
I've heard of 3 of these events taking place.
And they established it as a no-fly, no-drop zone. They're waving the dude off. They're like, get out of here. No, get out of here. No, don't land here. Don't land here. Go. So they flew and they hovered around for a bit. And everyone's telling, no, get out. No, don't land here. Don't land here. We got lots of stuff over here. We got lots of supplies. We got a whole bunch of stuff over here that we're trying to get out to these people trapped in this area and get them some help. But no, they then did down, performed a rotor wash, which seemed deliberate, then flew off, destroying a lot of the supplies that these volunteers have put together to help these people. It was unmarked. They were unable to zoom in and find out who was flying this thing. But local PD comes in and go, well, you know, yeah, they shouldn't have done that. What do you want us to do? Well, get your own helicopter and arrest them. They're saying 40 minutes before this, 2 unmarked black SUVs, again, running blue lights, rolled in, circled, looked around at everybody, and then left. Then the helicopter comes in and prop washes them. Insane. Look at that. Look at this video right here. Oh, it's a nice step.
If I was one of those weirdos that run around with tinfoil hats on their head, that might suggest to me some Homeland Security activity.
Well, I mean,
FEMA's part of Homeland Security.
It's not like they're flying around and they can't be fucking seen on radar. They don't have a flight path. It didn't come out of the back of somebody's damn yard.
Are we talking like some Blackwater private contractors, or are you talking about literal private contractors? Because I don't believe there's a whole lot of civilians running around in Blackhawks, bro.
No, I'm just saying that, you know, what I was pointing out was that this didn't come out of somebody's backyard. That came out of a hangar somewhere. Even the ones that are small, there might be a crazy one fucker or two that'll have a little bitty helicopter in his garage or something. But most cases, those are kept in hangars and shit.
You're correct. But what I'm getting at is that specific type.
What's up there?
I was saying they know, somebody knows who the hell that is.
Oh no, you're going to be completely entirely lost for a minute here, because we're not really following a particular narrative. We're changing videos a bunch, and right now we're discussing whoever it is that's been. It seems to me like orders have been given to disperse anyone that's gathering.
Oof.
And this is the method they're using. That's what it appears to be.
Yeah, they can blame that on this one dumbass. Maybe a scapegoat they find.
Carrie, send me an email, send me the link. Freaking. I'll look at it. Yeah, I know, but doing the whole unmarked thing, that's not a thing that a civilian's going to get away with for very long at all.
Well, it's probably marked, but it's probably marked in about the same color that the damn helicopter itself is.
You might be right. I hadn't thought about that.
There's probably laws about you having to mark them. You know, it's like why
There
you
is.
see the white planes, you see dark writing on them and shit. So they could probably have an exemption.
Sorry, I bumped it.
That's just like cops can have tinted windows, real tint. You can't, you know, that type of situation.
Right, but the cops are literally an arm of the government.
Yeah,
So whoever's operating those vehicles are literally an arm of the government, whether it's local, federal, state, whatever it is. That's the thing, is we don't know who it is. And apparently in this case, a whole bunch of black SUVs showed up, circled the place, doing a head count, left, and then they prop washed the joint.
That's just like
that says more than anything else, regardless of the markings or any of that. Black unmarked SUVs came in a place that it's difficult to get to and left, followed by a helicopter that dispersed the people through force. What does that sound like? Crowd control?
Hypothetically, I've seen those black SUVs. They usually travel in packs about 5. I've also
15.
seen them with the military black and gray camo with completely docked out, like 8 Hummers back to back, towing those cigar boats that look like they're bulletproof.
Yeah.
And
the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I was delivering windows on I-16, and I was coming down I-16 one day, and I had 3 unmarked black SUVs leading an unmarked black tractor trailer with a tanker trailer on it. But the very back of the tanker trailer had a front door built in it like your house.
Yeah, these were coming out of the marina, like they had just come out of the water, and they were hauling ass like they had just stole something.
Right. I think you may have figured it out, bro. What's up, Blue?
That wasn't recently. This was years ago. But I've
Blue
seen
unicorn is mountain fresh.
I've also seen some weird ships that I couldn't tell you what the hell they were. They looked like there was just,
Yeah, I haven't seen helicopters been flying over my property like a couple of times over like the past. Before this all started, I think about like at least about twice before all this started, going northeast, like going towards New York. Now I don't know what all was going on, but it looked like they were like military because they were seriously hauling ass.
Well, there's a train full of equipment they could damn sure use, and there's sitting some damn where. I've seen it. The NC Tyrant Hunter did a audit, and he caught it. He walked beside it. It stopped in town and then backed up and went the other way.
Facts.
You got there'd be a shame if we helped you. Goodbye. That's just madness. That's just madness. So I'm sorry. First time in a helicopter, bro. First time in do you remotely understand all how helicopters work? Oh, you do. So you're doing this on purpose, then?
Wow.
Why were they? Why? Who are they? And why do they do this? Why do they do it? Because they hate you. Because they hate you.
I couldn't
The
think of what
government hates you. The government isn't there to help you. The government's not interested in helping anybody. When was the last time the government helped anybody?
And that's a daggone shame that people
Look, all
feel
this stuff
like
just
that.
shot all over the place. It's been thrown. All the supplies thrown into the street. They're all thrown down here into the freeway. They're scattered across the highway.
Hey, I'm gonna take my hat off for a second.
There you go. There's the government help for
What it is?
I'm gonna take my aluminum hat off for a second and say something I just thought of. Do you think there's any helicopter pilots out there that don't know that their helicopter does that?
That have managed to get into a Black Hawk? No, sir.
Or do you think that any helicopter pilots don't know?
There might be one, and he just decided to become a pilot last week and went in there and took the freaking test and stuff. You know.
Yeah, but like, if they know what they're doing, yeah, they know.
Yeah, if you're gonna go there, I'll say okay. I'll put my hat.
Is that a tinfoil do-rag?
Yep.
Yeah, my man got a tinfoil do-rag. I got me a Hershey Kiss cap. Look at that.
Yeah, tinfoil do-rag. Yo, that's crazy.
What's up, Harry Nuts? I think I sent you a link too. If you're,
oh, that's what's up. Salute to you.
Right. Oh yeah, nah. You know me, bro. I come from deep wood stock, bro. Like when the power went off, I just stretched my feet and spread out a little bit. I mean, what else you gonna do?
I got 2 deep cell batteries over there I had charged up the night before.
Make some coffee and cook some food and wait patiently for the rest of the world to catch up.
Probably got, I don't know, 5, 6 gallons of propane. Well, not quite that much. Maybe 3 gallons of propane ready to go. 2 stoves, 4 lanterns. I got oil lanterns as well.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Andrew and Sons, and welcome to.
Come on, there we go. Is this like the really, really long one that I've got? Yeah, we're gonna wait on that one. We're gonna do. Let's see. I got a couple of others. Are you familiar with the Mala? I don't even know how in Kabunobi. I don't know. She's gotten kind of famous over here. We also have Johnny B's Adventure Channel, and we're going to check him out. Anton Daniels is next. We're going to see what it has to say about disaster assistance, and this is from a woman out of Asheville who applied and was apparently denied in just a few minutes. So,
egad.
Oops, wrong button. Come on, everything stop.
And that's the $750. And is that a loan? That's a loan, right? The $750 loan.
I'm hearing both ends of it, bro. I'm hearing both ends. I'm hearing tell that it's not a loan. It's supposed to be free and clear, but you can apply for additional money as a loan that's guaranteed by the feds. Then I'm hearing other people telling me that the papers that they were given, the email thing that they had to fill out, stated quite clearly that it was a loan, but it was in the very bottom of all the print, right?
Jeez.
I don't know. Also, within 125s of Asheville, as far as I've been able to determine, there is nobody willing to post deliveries to that location for reasons no one can explain. When these things happen, fly-by-night truck units, this is their bread and butter, man. They go into places that most people aren't willing to go. And so I don't know what to tell you on that one. It's like they're just not available. Yeah. Now, it may be possible that the federal government stepped in and said, no, we're going to do this. We've got it handled. Don't do it. Mm-hmm. But then again, you also have some places that are closer to the area that have been running drives and collections and stuff. And it may just be that there's nowhere to put anything. I know that some stuff was commandeered by various local officials for accountability purposes. I don't know how much I believe any of that. It's all as far as the reasoning behind the accountability, but I know that particular story involved a licensed, federally trained search and rescue chopper pilot who owned his own chopper and worked with his own chopper with his trained son. And they were told you can't take anyone else off the mountain for safety reasons. But I don't understand that. I mean, this guy flying this chopper knows if he goes down over there, they're not coming to get him. He knows this.
I just want everyone to know that we are displaced due to Hurricane Helene from Western North Carolina. We cannot go home. We have no power, no food, no water, no nothing. We're spending $400 a night on a hotel due to price gouging in the surrounding areas because they know that people have nowhere to go. We applied for FEMA. Myself and my sister applied. My sister applied first. She got denied. I said, okay, let me try. I applied. We got denied. So we have both been denied FEMA assistance. So everyone's saying FEMA is helping $750. And by the way, that $750 wouldn't even cover 2 nights at this hotel. So I just want everyone to know that FEMA sucks and president's doing nothing and we are stuck here. I am blowing through all my savings in a hotel to escape a natural disaster. So fuck you, FEMA. And by the way, do not donate to Red Cross, donate to Samaritan's Purse or to me because we are bringing supplies in. Donate to the victims directly. I'm not taking any of the money for myself. I don't like accepting anything. We are sending truckloads in from a friend who lives out in Greenville. So, and when we get to go back, we will bring a full truck of supplies. So don't donate to these big organizations because we're not getting any of it.
And that makes sense. And I always say, be careful not to donate to charity, or be careful what charities that you donate to. When I go and I give, a lot of times I'll donate to the Salvation Army because I believe in their cause. But I am also keenly aware that most of these organizations, and maybe even the Salvation Army, I haven't even looked into the Salvation.
Yeah, Harry, I did a little bit of an adventure over here across state through this absolute freaking apocalypse. And I ran across linemen from Rhode Island, from East Texas, from Kansas City, linemen from everywhere, like all over the place. And none of them that I found were anywhere near here. That was the thing. That's what blew my mind. That first group that I ran into were actually from Alabama. So there you go. The linemen are one of those heroes what don't wear capes. They don't wait to get paid. They're not sitting around demanding money to go clear streets and stuff. They just do it. It's just what they do.
Salvation Army itself. They use the majority, over 90 to 95% of all of the resources for themselves. Staffing, buildings, all of that. Like the same way that you start a nonprofit.
Bro, 8,000 polls is on the low end. There might be 8,000 in North Carolina. There might be another 20,000 in South Florida, in Panhandle of Florida. I mean, 8,000 is a very, very. We probably got 900 broken here in this county alone. The road I drove down earlier today had light poles laid down on the ground all the way down it, and no lines up. The lines were just on the ground. I don't know who cut their way through there, but whoever did was not a lineman, because none of that stuff has been touched. It's still sitting on the ground where it landed 2 weeks ago.
Running and you pay yourself a salary and things like that is the same way that it happens when it comes to these other nonprofits and organizations. Think about it. A church is a nonprofit, but the majority of the church's resources don't necessarily go to the community. It goes into paying salaries and building facilities and parking and airplane and all of that stuff. So basically it all can be written off as expenses and charged back to the organization, as long as the organization is still contributing something, or they can say that they're doing something for the community, then that then qualifies them for their nonprofit status. So when y'all give into these organizations, and I can't speak to the ones that she's talking about, but I would more than likely say that it's true based off of my research of these types of organizations, you got to be careful. And what you see happening on the ground in Asheville, because this woman is from Asheville, is you see people donating and contributing. Truck drivers, they saying that the load boards is empty and that there is no government assistance as far as shipping things in to get things done. You see people helping people on the ground that is a part of the community or not from the community, coming in and doing the work, bringing awareness. These large news organizations, they're not really capturing what's happening on the ground. And I don't know if it's because they're paid off or they don't want to lose sponsorships or whatever. And so I've largely just taken what large news organizations are saying, do my own research, see what the people are saying, thanks for social media, and then see what's happening on the ground and then draw my own conclusion. And what the people are saying overwhelmingly is that, listen, I don't know what y'all talking about. First of all, $750 is hard to get. It's little, but it's hard to get, and we're being denied. And there's loops and red tape and all of that stuff that you got to go through, and you still gonna probably get denied. And we draining our savings, and we drowning, and we don't have nowhere to go. And they're underreporting the amount of people that actually are no longer here with us. So how can I not hold the federal government accountable? How can I not hold Kamala Harris and Joe Biden together? You know, when I see them do a rally over in Michigan, right? When I see Magic Johnson jump on the stage in Flint and repeat a bunch of talking points and say, hey, we need to come together. No, we don't. We need to save the people that already need help instead of helping people that's not from here. You're not going to convince me to close my eyes in order to justify my vision. Hey, close your eyes and just trust them. All I got to do is look at what happened in the last 3 years versus what happened in 4 years before that. And what happened in 4 years before that is we had no new wars. We had a president that was fighting for the core values of America and making sure that our borders were protected. We had more money going into the people's pockets, and we had stability in the region and across the nation.
We are in the middle of a wicked hurricane
season. All right, so this chick, she is political as hell. I'm not offering any explanations. I'm not offering any.
Yeah, I know her too.
I'll pop that up. I'm not gonna.
I already know you're going, bro. I already know you're going. I already know you're going.
Yeah. What you mean?
Come on now. I already know you're going.
Are you familiar with this chick?
Yeah, I know you're going. Come on.
Well, she's political, and I'm just saying, I'm not doing a political thing. I'm just going to the people that are saying the things.
No. I'm talking about she's just your type. I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying.
Oh, honey. Yes.
Yeah,
those.
Yeah. I know.
Don't distract me, man. I'm easily distracted by beautiful women. Do not distract. That was your fault. We're trying to one up on you. You remember how I was messing you up on your stream the other day? Mess me up on mine. Show me a beautiful woman, ask me what I think, and you'll get a whole bunch of
Many Americans are suffering, many even losing their lives. And who's tasked with helping those struggling Americans? FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. But it seems as though FEMA has created a second disaster of sorts. And it might just be because they're apparently focusing their efforts on Black people, people of color, LGBTQIA+ people, marginalized identities, and here's the kicker, illegal immigrants. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Also, pinned in the comments down below is going to be a couple of charities that you can donate to if you'd like to help the people who are in need right now.
Harry's out west towards California, but he got family everywhere. I met Harry, like, in the face-to-face department. We went fishing together, and I thought I was going to kill, what was his name, Captain Jimmy? Ooh. Captain Jimmy was laughing so hard he couldn't keep his snot in his face.
No, I was asking, you think that Starlink is working pretty good. Like, I might just switch. Because if it's working like that through like all different kind of weather and stuff, I might just switch up.
Well, I mean, see, here's the difference, though. If you're talking about trying to communicate out of a disaster area, Starlink is the best you're going to possibly find. If you're talking about trying to do a game stream at 2:00 in the afternoon on a Wednesday, you're probably better using your basic landline setup.
Ah, okay.
For emergency services, that's the shit, dude. That's the thing. There's nothing that can stop it. I mean, bad weather, tree cover, stuff like that, sure. But if you got a source of power and you know which way to point it, you got an uplink. You can email. Congratulations. You are communicating.
All right. Okay.
Another little tidbit of information for gaming setups. It's best to be hardwired anyway, straight into your modem.
Yeah. I
That's true.
My gaming PCs plug right into my modem.
Yup.
Right now due to this current hurricane season that only seems to be getting worse. Because as it turns out, it seems federal agencies aren't too good at doing their jobs. Shocker! Which brings us to today's topic of discussion, which is FEMA and their disastrous response to Hurricane Helene hitting the southeast US. We did a whole nother video explaining
what you don't know, Queen Bird, is I love hairy nuts. I'll just let that sit there.
The situation in great detail about what's going on with FEMA on the ground in these.
Do what?
I said I can only think of 2 hairy nuts that I love.
Well, that's at least one of them that I love.
No, I'm talking about these.
Disaster response points, things like people on the federal employees that are on the ground, reports of federal employees stopping non-employed American citizens from helping others that are experiencing the disaster, people being denied the $750 that was put forward by this administration, and most importantly, FEMA reporting that they don't have the funds to help in the case of another hurricane, which is apparently coming very soon and hitting the ground at a Cat 5. So I've decided to give a little look into FEMA and the things that they've been focusing their effort on in the time leading up to this disaster response. And if you're feeling like they don't have their priorities straight, you'd be correct. And the main word that leads me to this conclusion is equity. Here's a video from a disaster preparedness meeting that they held.
Sparked a few things in my mind, thinking about preparedness and how you said, LGBTQIA people and people who have been disadvantaged already are struggling. They already have their own things to deal with. So you add a disaster on top of that, it's just compounding on itself. And I think that is maybe the why we're having these discussions, is because it isn't being talked about. It isn't being socialized. We're not paying attention to this community. Thank you so much.
What up, bud?
How about what time frame was Katrina?
2005.
How deep or wide was the internet back then?
Pretty significant. Most of your cell phones were linked up to some extent.
Compared to
trolls
today?
were totally a thing by then.
I mean, compared to today, was it equal?
No.
No.
We're 20 years on, dude.
Yeah, and remember how much negative publicity FEMA got then?
Yeah. Actually, no. There wasn't a whole lot of negative publicity at the time of the hurricane. It wasn't until 2 or 3 weeks later that people started talking about, like, you remember the FEMA trailers? You know how many people were trying to sue FEMA about them trailers?
Yeah, they made them sick. Hypothetically.
Allegedly.
Yeah, you gotta say that though.
In Minecraft. Oh God. But yeah.
Well, I thought I'd ask you that. What was it, that point right there?
Yeah, it was 2005, and it was a disaster. Absolutely.
Not getting political now. Just want to go back to my previous statement.
There are a couple of things that are intersecting in my mind here. One of them is the culture of emergency management as an organization, as an industry in the United States specifically, not abroad. This has, and my cat sometimes does this, she gets really loud suddenly, so you'll have to just allow for the little meow.
So we have no professionalism here.
At all.
At all. There's nothing here. I mean, what is this? Look at these people. Who are these people?
Another thing I'd like to point out, in case anybody's out there and trying to get offended out here listening, if you know of any case where FEMA has really came through or really picked up the ball and ran with it and done a real good job, you should do a post or come up here and tell us about it.
Just email me. Email me. I'll do a whole show on how great FEMA is if you can show me one disaster that they showed up and stepped up and towed up immediately.
It's like, we do good things, word gets around. That's all I'm saying. If you wouldn't have to talk about it, and with what I don't understand again is like the news is like dropping the ball, period. In my opinion, hypothetically.
I have lots of complaints about how this has been handled. There's been photo ops put together that created dead zones where no one could get in and out because the president or vice president were flying through, and it just closed down all flights in those areas. And so for 6 hours, 2 hours before, the 2 hours of, and the 2 hours after, there's no flights, which means no rescues, which means no nothing's being delivered into these valleys. That's criminal, in my opinion. If Elon Musk buys YouTube, dude,
dog,
don't get me started. I'll put my fucking hat back on. God damn it! Hold up. I actually started a thing a few years ago, back when I first started my channel. I had the idea that I asked how much would it cost to buy YouTube, and the total came to something like $4.6 billion at the time.
What?
And I was like, well, shit, 4.6 billion, because you have to buy off all of the private people that are involved, and then you also have to buy all the public IPs associated with it.
So wait a minute, didn't he just pay like 44 billion for like for X?
Twitter, yeah, right.
That's chump change.
But at the time, Twitter, and it's changed since then. Things have become a little more. It's more now. It's much more now.
Yeah,
but it was kind of funny. This was around the time he bought Twitter, and I was like, what would it take to buy it? And in general, I guess its revenue was more along the lines of 4.8 billion. It'd probably cost, 27, 29 billion to actually buy it. Just outright with no arguments, hostile takeover style. And I got to thinking, if I can get every single person on YouTube to donate $4, we could do that and have some change left over.
I thought it started up to like 62 billion. Is what they was trying to do. Make it too expensive for him, and then somehow he still came in with it.
Okay.
The shift that we're seeing right now is a shift in emergency management from utilitarian principles, where everything is designed for the greatest good for the greatest amount of people, to
I just noticed homie has his gender, has his preferred pronouns, and she has her preferred pronouns, but we don't have this guy or this chick's preferred. I'm assuming this is a guy. There's a mustache. I don't know. I'm assuming this is a chick. I could be wrong. Can our resident Nibba let me know what this might be?
Okay. That is definitely Daggle.
Daggle. Okay. And then we have some dude who's just here because he likes to throw gang signs.
Yes.
Disaster equity. But we have to do more, right? And so this topic is intersecting, I think, with a number of other topics where we have to look at policies and understand to what extent they have disadvantaged communities that had less assets, communities that had pre-existing vulnerabilities in accessing disaster-related.
When this guy popped up, I felt the power of the soy in the room rise.
A disturbance in the soy.
Is this woman saying that people have been targeted with this shit or something?
She's doing the woe is me, women, intersectionality, pride bullshit. That's what she's doing.
What I'm saying too is how can you turn something like this like that? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to get in the weeds.
I told you this is political. She is political
type shit.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, Nope. Why any preferential shit? Like, don't everybody need help?
You would think, but then everybody means,
These are the same people that are over here on Twitter dancing around saying that God is that God is doing this to prevent people from voting in North Carolina.
Oof.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Is I wanted to point out I'm not trying to be political, but I'm going to say that this is probably a majority area conservative.
Yes. North Carolina, solid red. Like, other than Asheville and a handful of other big cities, it's red.
Mecklenburg County, Guilford County, done some shifting.
Right. It's people like this that are in those cities. That's the thing.
Charlotte's nickname is the Little Apple. You got
Charlotte, South Carolina, ain't it?
Huh?
Ain't Charlotte, South Carolina?
No, Charlotte is Mecklenburg County, North Carolina.
So that is North
Carolina. Charlotte and South Carolina. There might be one in each, but I know that's like third.
Oh, I'm thinking of Charleston. My bad. I was thinking of Charleston. Tucker. My bad.
Yeah, that's South Carolina. I know for sure.
That is South Carolina. Right.
But I can say that name from North Carolina because it is 100.
Guys. I'm gonna try to keep my cool here. Guys, just give me a second to regroup from what I just watched. First of all, I gotta point out the pronouns next to everybody's names. Tyler's hitting us with the he, they, which points to a promising future for FEMA.
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit.
And of course, it's no surprise. We've seen plenty of that from this current administration. And then Maggie provides us with this enlightening information about the fact that they're shifting from a utilitarian response, which is providing the greatest amount of good for the greatest number of people, into focusing on marginalized identities, helping them more, and I guess the rest of them. And this, I have to say, is not a shocking revelation, considering Kamala Harris said this recently about hurricane disaster relief.
It is our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues that are not of their own making. And so
women.
Absolutely. And so we have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for equity, understanding not everyone starts out at the same place.
All right. I want you to look at that woman's face and tell me that it is not the definition of smug.
Yeah.
That is the look of the cat that ate the canary.
I'm going to get mildly political now. I don't want to look at her face.
This video is political. You can agree or disagree with it. You can hate it or love it. I don't really care. But when it comes to the actual disaster in question, getting help to the people, that is not a political thing.
Correct.
Right? So if you want to react to the video, that is absolutely fine. That's what we're here to do. I'm just not promoting a particular political philosophy. I just hate stupidity.
Yeah. That's why I'm pointing out on that situation as well.
So you don't have to drop a "I'm not getting political" disclaimer before you say something about hating that bitch. Yes, Savannah's beautiful, bro. Savannah is an absolutely beautiful city.
That's just common sense to me. I mean, then again, I do get up and try to tell myself that, it's best to love everybody.
Sure. I love everybody equally, and I hate everybody equally too.
Well, I mean, I used to think similar to that too, but I've got a better way of looking at it. I just don't have to like what they do or like them. Like them and love them is completely different.
How did you know that was my weak spot there, Queen Bird? That sleeves got me wiping my chin a little thirsty. Let me grab me another cup. You know the only thing she needs, and I'm gonna be honest about this. That girl just needs me to cook her a handful of hamburgers, maybe a couple biscuits, some red beans and rice.
Oh boy.
She'd be damn fine.
Bit skinny.
Right?
Place. And if we want people to be in an equal place, sometimes we have to take into account those disparities and do that work.
Yes, I love the scattered claps and the interviewer adding "and women" so that Kamala could affirm that we are going to be helping women and people of color more when it comes to these disasters.
Except for those women speaking earlier.
Uh-oh.
They're not in that list.
Oof.
Either's the old lady I talked to at the Waffle House earlier. She was denied.
Oof.
She come on, man. What are we doing here?
I'm not trying to be political. I watch her stuff, and I watch other people's stuff too. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. I listen to everything.
Right. I don't get swayed by them, but I look at the information they bring in front of me. That's all I'm really interested in. I don't really care about her opinion, but I let her collate the data so I can look at it. Shrimp and grits, bro. Get you a slice of cheese on that stuff, and it is the best thing for a hangover ever made. Get you a biscuit, some shrimp and grits, some real butter, maybe a little bit of fucking Sid Him, some buckboard bacon. Dude, stop it. You're making me hungry. God. Hey, if your boy happens to come through Georgia and he want a free meal, let me know. I'll feed that little bastard. I'll hook him up. I bet he's just as much of a sport as his dad, man. Harry, dude. I thought I was gonna kill Harry too. He was out there on that boat, and I can't even remember what joke I was telling at the time. I looked over, and Harry was like leaning over the edge of the boat, about to fall out, laughing, going, "You got to stop, man!" I'm like, "What am I doing? What am I doing? I ain't doing nothing." He's like, he's the one who told me that meeting me in real life convinced him that YouTube is Sasquatch light. Because the thing is, I can't be canceled out of life because of something I said on the beach. Your stomach just turned Wolverine? That sounds horrendous. Absolutely heinous.
What the hell?
I don't even go eat something.
People are drowning in flash floods, dying in landslides, getting stuck in their cars, essentially being waterboarded, having their houses floating away in the waters of a hurricane. I don't think it matters the skin color of those people. I don't think it matters what sex they are. I think it matters that you're there to help them regardless of their identity group.
All right,
and
brother.
of course, if you take a little...
You want to shout out anything while we're here?
Yeah, I'm a jet, but just this Thursday coming up, I think because someone brought it to my attention, I think we're going to have to address this. So Thursday, hopefully, you'll be there, Sasquatch. We're going to talk about this apparently all this divine retribution for all these doggone hurricanes and stuff, which is fucking corny, but
all right.
It's got to be done.
I'm hoping to be there, bro. I can't promise you I'm gonna be there. My wife's out of town, and then if I go with her, I won't be able to do it. If I don't go with her, I'll try to be there.
Sure. Anyway, thanks again for having thanks for having me again, bro. That was a good time. Shout out to everybody who was here. Shout out to the lady that was here also as well. Peace to you, good brother. Everybody stay safe as much as you can during this. I'm prayers for everybody. Hope everybody will be all right. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
All right, brother. Peace out. Much love. And that was Truism, the Storm Crow. Good luck finding this channel. Sometimes YouTube don't pop it up. He goes hard in the paint on some things that I can't. Right? My accent, my complexion, my attitude, all of that means I can't do the things that he do. So instead, I go over and giggle maniacally while he do it.
Trip to the FEMA website, it is littered with the word equity. They explicitly say they are focusing their efforts on people of color, LGBTQIA+, and those who are members of marginalized identities. So that's great. And if you need further evidence, FEMA actually worked with the NAACP to sign a pledge about instilling equity in disaster relief.
All right, excellent.
And it's official.
Guys, make sure you get the shot of the white woman shaking the black man's hand, right? Because he's part of an underserved community. Make sure you get the shot. Okay, one more. Do I need to do it again? And we'd hope that FEMA isn't actually using these tactics on the ground.
I'm sorry, let me. Oh my God. Oh.
We'd hope that they're actually
to make this work right. There we go.
Shaking the black man's hand, right? Because he's part of an underserved community. Make sure you get the shot. Okay, one more. Do I need to do it again? And we'd hope that FEMA isn't actually using these tactics on the ground. We'd hope that they're actually helping people regardless of their identity group, their sexuality, or their sex. But who knows when their website is littered with this garbage? And even if they aren't leading with equity on the ground when they're responding to these disasters, it has now been made very clear that they're allocating tons of funding and resources towards DEI programs and trainings and talking about equity. And all of those resources are wasted resources. And it seems as though FEMA is used to wasting funding. They've spent over $1 billion in their shelters and support program to resettle illegal immigrants into the United States. This is something that the current administration is actually trying to deny.
Former President Trump is accusing the Biden administration of using FEMA funding to support undocumented migrants. How does the White House respond to that?
I mean, it's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement. And look, the fact of the matter is, I think Washington Post fact checker did a piece, and the headline recently, just moments ago, not too long ago, and the headline was, "No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants, but Trump did." It's just categorically false. No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants.
So FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other.
What were you lying? Sorry, I had a little truth in my ear. It got in the way. You're lying about something, and I couldn't hear you.
federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants.
And that's interesting. She says it's categorically false, even though we have these words from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, saying that they have been using funding in this way. Let's watch.
FEMA is going to be playing a pivotal role in our shelter and services program that is poised to distribute $363 million to cities and communities in need of funding.
We do not have the funds. The FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
And we can actually look and see where this funding is being used. Savannah Hernandez actually went to Maine and interviewed migrants who are now being...
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Savannah Hernandez actually...
Smash or pass?
Oh, shit. Hang on. I'm reading comments.
Come on, man. This one ain't even hard. That's a double smash. I would suggest to a friend. Recommend to a friend.
I'd like to see what she looks like with the glasses on.
I don't care about them glasses. It means she don't blink with this money shot.
I'm just not a horny dog, bro. I got standards.
Werewolves of London. Ha.
I mean, I wouldn't get her out of bed, no doubt. You know, if she ever made it in there.
Nah, Queen Bird say smash and she ain't even gay. Oh, wow. Right. No, Mad Catter, that's a little violent. Just dial it back about 2 degrees, please.
I'm a little older.
You are a little older than me. It'd probably feel weird to you.
No, I'm just saying I might have a little higher score. Been here longer.
I'm not questioning the score, bro. I was born an ugly duckling. It was only recently I became this glorious swan you see before you. You think I got this mouth, bro?
You see my avatar?
Dude, I've seen your fucking... You know there's that trend where it says, you know, my dad says he used to la-di-da-di-da-di. Somebody needs to do that shit with you. I've seen a couple of your old pictures. That shit is unreasonable, man. Why the fuck wouldn't you a goddamn movie star or something? Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm showing a little bit too much of my pride right now.
Yeah, I was a bad boy. They hold that against you.
Right.
That's right. I was going to be
interviewed migrants who are now being housed in fully furnished apartments paid for by the federal government. And funnily enough, this leads us back full circle to the term equity. Here's a quote from Secretary Mayorkas. "It is all about achieving equity, which is really the core founding principle of our country," says Alejandro Mayorkas. Because if you think about it, if you think about trying to have an equitable outcome, which means that everybody lands in the same place, which is convoluted and ridiculous, American citizens already have the privilege of being American. Undocumented migrants don't. So we need to instill equity to bring them up to the same outcome, which means your federal government paying for their planes, phones, medical bills, and putting them up in fully furnished apartments. Because most Americans already have that, don't we? And a reminder, it's all with your tax dollars. And where we're seeing equity everywhere, we're also seeing Mayorkas everywhere. He's responsible for the border, he's responsible for FEMA, and he's also responsible for the Secret Service. But at least they haven't flopped recently due to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
How is equity superior to equality in any way?
How does equity what?
How is equity superior to equality in any way?
Oh, because you don't have to work for equity. Equity is given to you. If you are one of these accepted classes, if you are of a certain status, then you are just given what everyone else had to work for. It's communism. It's Marxism. It is a redistribution of wealth and racial lines.
One other question. Does that make me a bad person because I don't even know what the hell it is?
Not in my book, because it's something they made up 27 minutes ago, and you're what, 700 years old? I mean,
yeah, just under 7.
Right. So, no, I don't think that makes you a bad. She would think that makes you a bad person. Mayorkas would think Mayorkas thinks you're a bad person just because you're a little too light-skinned, dude.
That and maybe a few other things about me.
There might be a few other things about you. That's true.
And unwilling to yield. I'm sure he wouldn't like none of those fucking things about me. I would not be if I ever seen that so much in public. I would not be ashamed to tell him.
You're watching these ideologies.
Do what?
I said, if I ever seen that somebody in
Sometimes.
public, I would not be afraid to tell him.
No, that's enough of that. I'm glad I was playing over it.
Agendas being injected into our federal government and federal agencies, and then subsequently watching those federal agencies fail. Correlation doesn't equal causation, but it seems like all of these threads are tying together quite nicely. And what these threads put together is a wicked web of bad ideas, corruption, and failure. And it's American citizens who suffer because of these actions. Never mind that you're also paying for it. If you're watching this video on the day it was posted, tomorrow a Cat 5 hurricane is supposed to hit my home state of Florida, where almost my entire family still resides. And if I'm taking Mayorkas at his word, FEMA is not going to have the funding to respond to the disaster that exists on the other end of that hurricane hitting. And if I'm really taking FEMA at their word and everything that they've dictated on their website, I guess I'm supposed to worry about the white side of my family more, because apparently they're approaching these situations with equity, focusing on marginalized identities. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But we all know how this goes. Disastrous ideas, like focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and using American funds to help non-American citizens, often lead to disastrous outcomes. But guys, those are just my thoughts. Drop your thoughts in the comments down below. As always, if you like this video, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every—
Yeah, do all that neat stuff. Okay, are we familiar with guns and gear? This is his buddy Johnny B. These fellows are in the general vicinity of all this having happened. There is basically an exterior exclusion zone that's been laid down that people outside of this area must be qualified in order to enter. And then there's an interior exclusion zone where people outside of this area must be actually on the roster to enter, right? These individuals are inside the exterior exclusion zone, outside the interior exclusion zone, and basically are dealing with disaster levels that are ballpark where I'm at. Like the same level of like everybody's cutting their way out and it's all happening, and like they're in a better situation than the folks up in those valleys. They are going to take them a little day trip into the area over here to bring fringe, like supplies to fringe people around the edges of the disaster, because there is no way for a normal person to get in there short of hiking. And that's not exactly safe. There are still landslides taking place. There are still trees coming down. There's still trees coming down here.
Well, I could think of another reason as well, because like it seems that there's a whole bunch of folks that come across the border and might be looking for stuff, opportunists.
Oh yeah, baby.
Because that was one of the things that
This is his
pointed
second.
out. That was one of the things that woman pointed out, that they had received a lot and they only had so much storage space, and that when it was left outside and stuff, that people were looting.
Sure. At this point, all right, we're 2 weeks in. If you're still up in those valleys and haven't received any help and you're looting, I don't think that's considered looting anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'd just being the devil's advocate there, saying that I could actually see that there could be a higher level, because there's a higher level of crime everywhere because of said issue.
Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
Time down here to the river today, and we just brought in big loads of morale. Jared, what'd you bring?
A lot of zebra cake.
Literally little Debbie's of all things.
You know what would piss me off the mostest? If I managed to make it to an aid station and the only thing they had to eat was a fucking zebra cake, I might go back into the fucking mountains. I hate those things. They suck.
I haven't had one of those since I was locked up.
You're lucky. God, they're horrible. They're real bad, but they're real good when you ain't had nothing else. But at the same time, man, like, we might be able to make it to the next town. Let's just keep packing.
I mean, I've been on camps. That's where I had to live out of the damn canteen because the kitchen food was so terrible. Yeah. When you see how funny I am, I could use a sandwich or two sometimes too.
Right? Dude, I'd definitely try to feed you the very first time I met you. Get a little meat on your bones, you might get cute again.
Well, I had to cut back on my fat intake since I had the gallbladder removed. So
that makes sense.
That makes a big chunk in your diet. I can eat it.
They're bringing Little Debbie's. I took a picture. It's a lot. They asked for Little Debbie's zebra cakes 3 times, so we brought them about 50 boxes. Well, apparently down here in this part of the county, the locals and the good old boys that are working, there's no cigarettes. And they said, can you get some cigarettes? Like, yeah, I can get some cigarettes. We're going on an adventure. Check it out.
So
Hey,
these
that's
guys,
what make me march out of there is not having a damn cigarette.
oh yeah. I was thinking about that.
Ain't no way in hell you can keep me up in the hell without cigarettes. If I had to carry,
Well, I mean,
somebody
that's
out
what I'm saying. I want to cover that tidbit. Hold on. This part right here was really the whole reason that I brought this video up. So give me a second. So there was a lovely young lady named Linda. I can't remember her last name. She lost everything, and since she didn't have anything, she relocated to the local gathering point where everybody was meeting up to exchange supplies and stuff, and tried to set up basically a food line. She didn't have enough equipment to actually do it because she didn't have any commercial level cooking stuff. She was basically doing everything out of old camp stuff that folks had drugged down off the mountain or retrieved out of the flood. So these people got together and shipped in some full size, cooking implements that could be used to feed an army, literally like military grade cooking implements. These things were seized by some sheriff or fire chief or somebody somewhere. And here we are a few days later at the point in time he uploaded this video, and that has all been resolved. She has been given the tools she needs to feed people. The kitchen has been set up with the appropriate protocols in place and everything. And she's back in business doing her thing. So I'm gonna let him kind of
back. Somebody has to give her some more. Right.
No, from what I understand, after basically cataloging everything, they released the physical objects to her, but did not release the foodstuffs and whatnot until it was like properly formed and requested or whatever. There's some stupid protocol attached behind that. Instead of just feeding people, they had to wait for it to process, which is just the fucking most stupidest thing ever.
One of my friends that on the beach runs that bar I took out in on that video. He during Floyd, he was out there feeding people. His bar never shut down, but it didn't have power. But he had cook stoves, gas stoves, and shit. And he was feeding people for free.
Yeah, I mean, here, that was one of the things I did. I built me a little wood fire in the backyard, and I mean a really tiny one because there was a burn ban on the whole time this was going on. And so I had a grill and a little tiny itty bitty fire that was just big enough to cook some coffee and boil some water. And that's it.
A Coleman stove wouldn't violate a burn ban.
No, it wouldn't. But and I have a Coleman stove, but somebody hijacked my little can of gas. And I don't have it anymore. I don't know where it went. It wasn't in the closet when I went looking, so I'm going to replace that.
Yeah, I got a tank I need to fill over there.
I got a closet in here I call the oh shit closet.
Yeah, I've got a couple 5-gallon buckets of them. Those small CO2, propane cylinders.
Right.
I stay fucking prepared as I can. I like camping too, though.
I had 2, and they were both stuck in there next to my little stove, and I just assumed they were there until I opened it, and they weren't. And I went, well, okay, and closed it, like got the stuff I needed, closed the door. And I can't tell you how much better. What's up, old Joe? Welcome in. I can't tell you how much better my wife took the rest of that time with a cup of coffee, man. That changed her entire attitude on the situation. She realized that things weren't nearly as bad as it was in her head because she had been hearing the stuff that was going on and was kind of freaking out about it, and then realized that while all that stuff is going on, it's not happening to us. We're not just eating and sleeping with no rain on us. We also have coffee and fish and beef and you know, and all of our family was here and safe, and we knew they were all fine and all of that. And that is a blessing by itself. No, it was just regular old percolator coffee in a camp stove
Yeah,
type
I got
thing.
two of those, two of the Coleman stoves.
Right. I got the Cadillac Coleman stoves right over here, one of those 3 burners with a hood.
Probably got about 5 mattresses, air pumps, electric and manual. I got like electric manual of every fucking thing.
I mean, it's not a bad idea to have some stuff like that around.
Yeah, most people got furniture. I got tools.
My understanding as of today is everything is cool. My understanding is that lady, Miss Linda, she is back up and running. The sheriff is been put in the right place. Everything's fine. My understanding, all good news from up there. Number 2, Jared's been promoting a thing about the Carter County Sheriff's Office being a bunch of deal weeds. And you can check him out for that, but he's covering that. But it's not just in Johnson County, Mountain City. It's also in Carter County. A lot of bull crap. Number 3, all right, y'all have allowed Logan and his team to go out and do all sorts of stuff. Here's some footage from this week. He's been cutting these, I think he called them white oaks down, but holy crap. He has been doing stuff with the poplars and the oaks and the cherries, and it's been a mess. Check him out. How is that? So he is out there. I went over and met with him last night just briefly in a grocery store parking lot in Boones Creek. And he's good. Spirits are up. Things are good. The equipment is good. Got gas levels high. And so you all are allowing him and his team. They're going to definitely be working all this week. And we're going to meet on Friday and kind of do an assessment where we're at with money and all of that stuff. The fundraiser is still open if you want to throw in. I think we're at 26,000. And it's been really, really cool. Really cool. Now, because of that fundraiser, we wanted 3. That was the goal, kind of the goal, wanted 3. We're at 26 now. We've been able to do a lot more stuff.
I was actually quite impressed with the way my daughter, my biological daughter, handled all of it. Apparently, when all the power went off, she unplugged her laptop, turned it off, and used it for a battery bank to charge all her devices. So like the whole time she was just sitting over there watching stuff she had downloaded. I love that kid, man. That's all the rest of them were pulling their hair out, running around, and we picked up 3 extra kids. And I say kids, they're all 20 or so, you know. They're adults, but they're our kids. And we picked up a couple of extra ones. Somebody say military grade. That's terrifying.
Yeah, me and Mama got evicted in the middle of COVID during 2020. We was on the street living in campgrounds and hotels for 6 months. So that's the reason I got all this camping gear set up so well. And we had pit bull with us at the same time too. It was rough. But yeah, that's the reason I got like those 2 deep cell batteries with power inverter. I can charge up whatever. I can run small fans, lights. I mean, you ain't running no microwave or nothing with that.
No, it is kind of funny though, because when like a couple of months ago, I was talking about wanting to put together some sort of off-grid setup to put in my Xterra, because that's kind of what the whole thing is built for, you know. And she was like, "Oh, that's silly. When would we ever use it? It'd be pointless." And I was like, you know, it costs like $500 or $600 to put together the right battery, the right connections, all that stuff, and have enough of it so that like you could run a microwave. Was kind of what
they got them. I just got a little 75 watt.
Right.
And I got 2 12 volt.
We he'd and hawed around the whole time and never got around to actually doing it. But when we were sitting in the backyard and she was sitting there with her phone dead and was able to plug it into the Xterra and let it charge, that seemed to change her mind a little bit.
Yeah, when I was camping, I would take and hook one of the batteries up to the truck and let it charge up while we was living off the other one, so it worked out.
By the way, the area they're walking through right here used to be the road into this place.
It's fucked up.
Right?
Yeah, I seen where there was a car escaping from out of there on evacuation, and then they just barely missed the landslide, just barely missed them, knocked them around, damaged their car, then a tree took them out. It was like cars that didn't make it in that video.
Yeah, bounty hunting bear, dude. That's a hell of a name. I like it. And your little fish icon over there is pretty cool too.
Yeah, that's an idea nobody even thought about. What about all the wildlife that just got wiped out too?
Yeah, no, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. This stream didn't exactly work out the way I had hoped. I had kind of hoped M would show up and she would bring some of her friends. That was sort of the plan, but we've lost email communication with her yesterday, but I figured I'd go ahead and do it so that if anybody out there wanted to hit the link that is in this on any level, really, I was really hoping to maybe either get some linemen, which they're probably busy, you know what I mean? They're either busy or sleeping. That's how them boys roll. Or some relief workers, some actual survivors. I mean, I witnessed the whole thing from here, and it wasn't pleasant. I mean, it was terrifying. I mean, I'm not easily frightened by acts of God because when my time comes, that's just the end of it. I don't have any say over it. I'm not particularly religious, but at the same time, I also kind of buy into the concept that, you know, like Bigfoot was saying, when it's your time, and it's for no one else to question, you know. So I'm not really sweating it.
I'm stuck deep up in that religious thing myself a little bit. But on the note, I would say that keep the things non-political. Like I said, it's best to love everybody, and then you don't have to like what they do. But the most important thing that I would like to share with everybody is that hate does you no good. Period.
Amen. Amen, brother. Look, I am an ex-junkie. I'm a recovered junkie. I drink occasionally. But as far as all that chapter of my life has been closed. I used to walk around with so much self-loathing in my heart that it came out as hatred towards other people. And I've never truly disliked anyone except for like someone who does annoying things like chewing ice or those people that suck their teeth. People who say like and literally too often.
I'm saying that because the actual hate part, it just changes you into a different person than you could be. You know, and it's just like forgiveness is not about the person who wronged you. It's more about you because again, you're changing yourself because of something they done. Why give them that much more power? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why you forgive them. It's not about they gonna give you a cookie or something for it or pat you on the back or kumbaya moment. It's about you
Here's
not
the way I
becoming
put it.
a deplorable individual because of something someone else done to you.
Hate is not the opposite of love. The opposite of love is indifference. And if you think that through to its natural conclusion, you have to love those that you hate. You have to have an emotional attachment with them.
Yeah.
Hey, bounty hunting bear, hit me with an email. It's up there at the top of the screen. That thing rolling by it should give it to you here in a second. When you get far enough out from under all that stuff, I'd like to sit down and compare notes because while I know yours was much more stark, it terrified me. I'm not an easily frightened person. I grew up out in the sticks and I prefer to be alone in the dark in the woods rather than being alone in the dark in a city. I feel much safer out there. So that was very disconcerting when the lights went out here, and I was real concerned about how people would deal with it. But the next few days,
I haven't dealt with that here. It's gonna be interesting. There's over 250 apartments here.
These people, you really got to see a really good look in the face of Southern hospitality.
Although
because
I think there is gas powered generators over there in the field right next to us as part of this property. So I think they might have continuated with this shit before. So I don't know. Because they do offer throw your utilities in with your rent. You know what I'm saying? So they got
that's
some
cool.
control. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Ain't too bad. It's still high as fuck. If you overuse, you will be billed.
That's cool, I guess. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I need to get a hold of some little propane cans that'll and the little mating bracket to go to a big can, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I did. I got a shitload of those I've been collecting over the years. And I got some now I need to refill, but I got the little nib that you put on the 20-gallon tank to the 1-gallon tank and just fill them up.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that way
cool.
you can put the stove, lanterns, the whole shit. I don't know what the hell happened in Walmart. About 10 years ago, they had a damn sale where you could buy Coleman lanterns. It was plastic. It was a lot of plastic cover on it and everything. For $5. I walked out
Yeah.
there with 5 of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm right. Like I said, I had two. I know exactly what you're talking about because I bought a couple of them, and that's where I got the 2 tanks that I had. I don't know where they went.
Yeah, but they're nifty too because the plastic cover that you can support it on is also a cover protected. You know, the glass, because that's usually what the problem is with those. It's having a real glass globe on them. But this actually has a plastic cover that goes all the way around the whole deal when you're not using it.
Prefer bears. Okay, so you're not up there, but yeah, no, it freaking sucks over here, dude. Just going 15 miles out of town over here. The whole time you're riding along, you're driving over remnants of the wire that was destroyed by the trees. You know what I'm saying? There's little plastic bits, little bits of wire everywhere. It's wild. I'm telling you, I swear to God, it looks like Fallout 4 with gas stations, man. We have convenience stores. You can get you an oatmeal cream pie at a 2-liter drink, fill up with gas, and then go back to your apocalyptic wasteland. It is so freaking weird. So weird. All right, party. Yeah, I'm going to end it in about 5 minutes anyway. I'm going to try to put together another one of these in maybe next week. Perhaps, probably not next Tuesday, probably next Monday. And I'm going to try to, hopefully some more people that I'm familiar with will be willing to come up at least on panel, if not on camera. Because that's been the real holdup, is a lot of these people that I'm talking to aren't YouTubers, right? Or if they are YouTubers, they just upload videos and they never actually do anything on camera. And somehow they're worried that they're going to get identified or doxxed or whatever just by being here, which I mean will happen to an extent.
Yeah.
You know.
I enjoyed it, brother. I'm going to drop down.
Yes,
I would give out a closing statement. I'm going to lean on my old boy Jesus and say that it, personally, I find it a whole lot better to love everybody. And if I encounter people who are like that and love everybody, I can see why I like them and love them a whole lot easier. So it might, in my opinion, make you a little bit better of a person. So,
absolutely,
love everybody
bro.
and be good. Y'all have a good one. Night, brother.
I appreciate it, brother. Much love. So, let's see. Yeah, homeboy is moving heavy equipment around over here. Let's pop that up. So I really don't have a whole fake out. Come on, Gary. It'd be okay, man. You don't got to play the game if you don't like it. But this does make me think of that song, "Life is like a video game." Man, if you ain't a total fool. Absolutely. So yeah, if y'all know anybody who's in that area and wants to come up and have their say, I'll be back probably Monday. That's what I'm aiming for. Thursday, I have a YouTube slave class, and it's called risk assessment. You know, how do you choose what shorts and what videos, who to let up on panel, who not to let up on panel. It helps to have an idea of what will and will not get you struck, what will and will not get you throttled. Like I'm pretty sure I hit several hashtags that got me throttled tonight because the performance of this particular stream has been less than stellar. Now, the panel was excellent. The people were absolutely immaculate. I mean, even Gavin, he didn't really wrinkle the pinkle too much, you know. What's up, Tales Told in the Dark? Welcome in, girl. Damn, you stupid fly. Let me pull up that bumper and spank that monkey. So yeah, with that, I'm gonna play something cheeky. Let's see if I can find the right one. I got some stuff over here. Let's see how. You see, they all the one problem I have with StreamYard is that they assume you only have one show. So they give you one intro slot and one outro slot. And I run like 14 shows. So that's not gonna work. You must. No. No, we're not doing Naughty Corner. We're not doing breaking news. We can do Asthma and Weird.
Oh my God. This is so weird.
That's the greatest eyebrows in show business. What are the humans doing?
Yeah, let's make it a beautiful day.
Is an organ grinder. There aren't many of his kind around anymore. Pete is his sidekick, but to see them in a crowd, it seems like it's the other way around.
Do you think you're ready? Can you handle the truth? Or are you in denial and demand more proof? They demonstrate in real-time how they're spinning you lies, but no one pays attention, no one opens their eyes. They walk around like zombies with their head in the mobiles, signaling their virtues with a pick on their profile. Yeah.
I gotta bounce. Thanks a lot for proving just how ugly and immature you are. It's been real. And just so you know, I don't really care about your problems.
That's all, folks.